American University of Antigua, the AUA. I'm Garfield Burford. With me,
Alicia George.
Absolutely good to be with you, Alicia, on this broadcast, special live broadcast coming to you from the AUA, because Antigua Barbuda again in the international spotlight. The country is again hosting international delegates. This is the first plenary session of the Caribbean EU Parliament Assembly.
Right.
And this, of course, Alicia promises to have or elicit significant discussions on huge issues affecting countries of the Caribbean and their relationship with the European Union, correct?
Yeah, and of course we're talking about issues of poverty as well as climate change and security, things that affect both nations. And we were discussing earlier that it's happening at a time we have a little bit of turmoil in the international community there with the United States. Mm-hmm. And so the EU is pretty much trying to stamp and say, okay, I'm also a big power. I have players in my corner. And so you'll see that about 77 participating member states here this morning.
Absolutely. So here it is, that this is the session of the Caribbean and the European Union meeting. So we will talk about the Organization of African and Caribbean States, African, Caribbean and Pacific States, the OACPS. You might have, for example, if you have been following development issues over time, you might have heard about the ACP, the African, Caribbean and Pacific States. Yes, that was from the 1970s. That was based on an agreement, the Georgetown Agreement signed in the 1970s. But then, Alicia, around about in 2019 thereabouts, the organization morphed into not the ACP group,
right.
Because, for example, we talked a lot about Lomé, the ACP, the EU, the Lomé Agreement, for example, that was signed in Togo. The organization morphed into the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States,
right.
and the Caribbean being a component of that. There's, of course, the African states, and there are the Pacific states. Now, this is an engagement between the European Union and the Caribbean states. So we're expecting, for example, delegates from the European Parliament meeting here in Antigua Barbuda alongside their colleagues from the Caribbean states. And Antigua Barbuda will be represented by the Speaker of the House, Osbert Frederick, will be here. What are some of the things that we're expecting, Alicia, for our viewers? And by the way, we're going to be giving you wall-to-wall coverage, extensive coverage of this yet another international event taking place here at the AUA. Antigua Barbuda becoming essentially and establishing itself as a focal point for these massive international meetings, right?
Okay. Now, I know a lot of times when people hear about Parliament, they think legal, they think laws are being passed. That's not what's happening. This is more of an oversight body, but it does have specific significance here because they're talking about things, or they're laying the ground for policies and strategies that could become, separate laws in individual Caribbean countries. And as I mentioned before, some of the more important thing for us right now, or the most important thing, is crime and crime prevention, as well as climate change. So we're really hoping to see poignant discussions about that, what the EU is thinking, because we know that the EU is such a very large group where we get to trade, and it gives us access into a market that we otherwise would not have. And so whatever is being said here regarding those important topics is going to affect us eventually.
Absolutely. And never mind, so sorry that you're seeing a few individuals walking past our camera here. It's a very active environment. We're getting ready for the opening ceremony here. We'll try to, as much as possible, prevent individuals walking across the camera. But it might be a little bit difficult based on our location here. So we're at the American University of Antigua, the AUA. Of course, you might be wondering, what is this about? If you're just joining us, let's remind you, this is the first plenary session of the Caribbean EU Parliament Assembly. And of course, it gives us an opportunity to have the engagement between the Caribbean and the European Union. In fact, they'll be starting momentarily. In fact, Osbert Frederick is at the stage now. We'll be getting ready to throw over to the stage. Osbert Frederick, Speaker of the House of Representatives, is representing Antigua Barbuda. Jamaica is represented by Hero Anthony Clark. We'll ask you to just this right there we go. Hero Anthony Clark, Deputy Speaker of the House, is representing Jamaica. The Bahamas, Griffin Barry, a senator. Belize, Caroline Ann Trench Sandiford. Suriname is Edbu Rohino Jones. Barbados, Davion Seeley. And Trinidad and Tobago is Clyde Elder. Let's go over now to the stage.
My honor to call to order the first sitting of the Caribbean EU Parliamentary Assembly. This assembly is now called to order. We will remain standing and listen to two anthems, the EU and the OACPS. Please remain standing as I invite Major Maxim of the Maxim of the Salvation Army to invoke the presence of the omnipresent, omnipotent, and omniscient God. Major Maxim.
I'm going to read this morning selected reading from the Psalm 67, before I pray. It says, God, be merciful to us and bless us, and cause his face to shine upon us. Let the peoples praise you, O God. Let all the peoples praise you. O let the nations be glad and sing for joy, for you shall judge the people righteously and govern the nations on earth. Let the peoples praise you, O God. Let all the peoples praise you. Then the earth shall yield her increase, and God, our own God, shall bless us. God shall bless us, and all the ends of the earth shall fear him. Shall we pray? This is the day the Lord God has made and given to us. Therefore, let us rejoice and be glad in it. And let us, as a people, be grateful for the gift of life and for the many blessings bestowed upon us from the moment our parliamentarians commenced their journey to our beautiful Twin Island state of Antigua and Barbuda for this special assembly. And Lord God, mindful of the great expectations and parliamentary demands and responsibilities, we sincerely pray this morning for unity of spirit and mind and body and soul in our deliberations. We pray also for the health and well-being of every parliamentarian and those involved in the planning and execution of this assembly. We pray for unity of purpose, mutual respect, and great understanding in every aspect of this assembly. Divine direction and guidance as a precursor for the upcoming Commonwealth Heads of Government Conference slated for November of this year. And Lord God, grant that your gracious Holy Spirit will not only visit us, but remain with us throughout the duration of this parliamentary assembly. For we pray in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. And the Lord bless us all and keep us safe, both now and forevermore. Amen.
Thank you very much, Major Maxim. I crave your indulgence just for a few more minutes, remaining standing for the national anthem of Antigua and Barbuda. Please be seated. A pleasant good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Over the years, I've had on many occasions to introduce our featured speaker, but never in a capacity like this. And so this morning, if divine inspiration was to inspire me to write a 67th book of Holy Writ, Frederick chapter 1 and verse 1 would undoubtedly read thus: "Greater joy hath no man than this, than the joy I experience today." It is a joy, an honor, and a privilege to introduce this gentleman. Some men were born great. Some men attained greatness, while others had greatness thrust upon them. The man I introduced this morning was not born great. He came from the humblest of beginnings. Neither was greatness thrusted upon him. And any greatness that the Almighty would have allowed him to receive was duly attained. He was first elected to representative politics in 1999 in the Parliament of Antigua and Barbuda, representing the constituency of St. John's City West. And this was while the party, the Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party, was in opposition. He has won subsequent elections in 2004, 2009, 2014, 2018, and 2023. In 2012, he became the leader of the Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party and also took up the role of leader of the opposition in Parliament. In 2014, he led the Antigua and Barbuda Labour Party to victory in the general election and became the country's fourth prime minister since gaining independence in 1981. He led the party to victory, as I said earlier on, in 2018 and 2023, and is currently the second longest serving prime minister in the history of Antigua and Barbuda. He has been a champion in the cause of reparation for slavery to the Caribbean community. He has also been at the forefront in the fight for climate justice from the major climate polluters of the world, and has championed this cause at the highest levels and forums around the world. Before entering politics, he had a distinguished career in banking and finance. Due to his academic accomplishments in both of these disciplines, banking and finance. He's married to the Honorable Maria Bird Brown, who is also a member of the Cabinet of Antigua and Barbuda, and together they are the proud parents of two adorable children, Prince and Peace. This morning, writing that, I wrote Prince of Peace. I had to. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor, privilege, and joy to welcome to the podium to address you the Honorable Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, the Honorable Gaston Alfonso Brown. Hear ye him.
Thank you very much, Mr. Master of Ceremony, our distinguished speaker here in the House of Representatives in Antigua and Barbuda. In the future, you can introduce me simply as a humble servant of the people. And I believe my wife is married to me. Co-presidents, Asmani and Clark, honorable parliamentarians of Europe, Caribbean, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to everyone. I especially welcome our distinguished guests who have traveled to our beautiful shores here in Antigua and Barbuda. Distinguished parliamentarians, your presence here marks more than the inauguration of a new parliamentary body. It marks a choice, and it is both a privilege and a responsibility to address this EU Caribbean Assembly at a time of profound global uncertainty and equally profound opportunity. I believe in the principle that wherever there are challenges, there are opportunities to be exploited. So notwithstanding the myriad challenges we face today, we must identify and seize the opportunities. This is a time where rules are tested, institutions strained, and power is increasingly exercised without restraint. Notwithstanding, you have chosen to meet together across the Atlantic under a shared legal framework to speak the language of cooperation rather than coercion. In a world where pressure is increasingly mistaken for policy, we choose to remind ourselves and each other that law, not leverage, is the only durable foundation of peace and prosperity. For the Caribbean, multilateralism is not a generalized abstract concept. It is a rules-based order on which small states in the Caribbean depend. It is how small states survive in a world of unequal power and inequitable distribution of economic and social benefits. Rules are our shield. Law is our insurance. Predictability is our lifeline. When those weaken, our vulnerability grows. It is felt first by small, open economies such as ours in the Caribbean, but as Europe has come to learn, that vulnerability does not remain contained. It spreads outward and eventually reaches even middle powers. Only through multilateral cooperation and collaboration in the practical and joint application of principles, rules, and law can small and medium-sized countries resist coercion. The European Union itself is proof that law-based cooperation, patient, negotiated, and principled, can convert fragility into stability and difference into strength. We in the Caribbean have pursued the same approach, although not as yet with the same level of success. But to the extent that both our regions recognize and practice integration and joint action, that shared experience must be the foundation of the partnership between Europe and the Caribbean. And at this moment in history, it must be reaffirmed not quietly, not cautiously, but clearly. The EU and the Caribbean must stand together in defending multilateralism, not as rhetoric, but as practical diplomacy and institutional reform. Your Excellencies, climate change remains the Caribbean's defining challenge. We did not cause it, we cannot escape it, and unlike others, we certainly cannot deny it. We have to adapt to it and to build resilience to it. We're adapting and building resilience, but the pace of impact now exceeds the pace of our capacity to respond. Our reality is rising seas, coastal erosion, continuous droughts, and now the persistent burden of sargassum, an ecological crisis with real economic consequences for tourism, fisheries, public health, and coastal infrastructure. And just to emphasize the impact of climate, we have seen a significant reduction in precipitation to the extent that 90% of our water supply comes from reverse osmosis systems. Evidently very expensive and very cost or energy consuming. But this is a reality that we have to deal with. And this is how we are mitigating the issue of low precipitation, by investing heavily in a significant amount of reverse osmosis plants. Our reality is rising seas, as I said before, coastal erosion, continuous droughts, and we continue to take mitigating steps. However, we need partners, not only to help us strengthen resilience within our region, but to act internationally to arrest climate change at its source. Ultimately, emissions must be reduced. Until there is a firm commitment in action by the large polluters to reduce emissions, then evidently we will continue to struggle with the issue of climate change. Now, there is no refuge in indifference. If the Caribbean perishes, climate change will not abate. It will only gather force, it will only gather momentum, and strike the next most vulnerable nations. Excellencies, I take this opportunity to welcome the European Union's Global Gateway Initiative and its stated ambition to mobilize investment at scale. But ambition must now translate into delivery. Resilient energy grids, renewable power generation, coastal protection, and climate adaptive infrastructure cannot remain immobile simply as announcements and pilots. Finance must move faster, access must be simpler, and vulnerability, not outdated income classifications, must guide eligibility. I emphasize that eligibility must be based primarily on vulnerability. This is not a plea for charity. It is a call for partnership grounded in shared risk and shared responsibility. The same principle applies to trade. The EU-CARICOM Economic Partnership Agreement provides a sound legal framework. But law alone does not generate prosperity. Execution does. Small and medium-sized Caribbean enterprises still struggle to translate access on paper into access in practice. Rules of origin, regulatory complexity, and limited technical capacity too often blunt the promise of the agreement. If this partnership is to mature, it must become more usable, more navigable, and more responsive to the realities of small economies. So, co-chairs, ladies and gentlemen, the ingredients for a reset in EU-Caribbean relations are present. What has been missing is political will to implement them. The Caribbean does not need a proliferation of declarations. It needs a focused and coherent agenda to include targeted market access fixes, modernized rules of origin, credible investment pipelines under the Global Gateway Initiative, climate finance that is fast and accessible, and security cooperation that recognizes transnational crime as a shared threat. At a time when global trade routes are being reshaped, predictability is not a luxury. It is an economic stabilizer. Rules-based trade protects the strong, and while it has not always done so, it must also enable the small. We seek deeper European investment in renewable energy, science and technology, digital services, sustainable tourism, the blue economy, and the creative industries. The Caribbean offers political stability, strategic location, and a firm commitment to democratic governance and the rule of law. We offer certainty, we offer reliability, we offer partnership. But partnership also depends on people. Trade, investment, culture, and innovation, they require mobility. Entrepreneurs must meet investors, artists must perform, researchers must collaborate. A modern EU-Caribbean relationship must therefore support legitimate, secure, and predictable movement, fully consistent with security requirements, but not constrained by unnecessary friction and exaggerated fears about our investment immigration programs. Facilitated mobility strengthens markets, deepens cultural ties, and builds trust where it matters most, between peoples. At a time when global pathways for advancement are narrowing for the Caribbean, we face a practical constraint that cannot be ignored. These are areas to include advanced tertiary education, specialist medical training, and high-complexity healthcare that small states simply cannot provide at scale within their own shores. When access closes abroad, opportunity closes at home. Increased cooperation requires increased access, not reduced access. In this context, the European Union can act with purpose by facilitating entry to educational institutions, research programs, specialist training, and critical health services, and by supporting structured partnerships that build Caribbean capacity over time. This is not a request for dependency, but for deliberate cooperation, one that recognizes human capital as the most strategic investment in stability, resilience, and shared prosperity. Excellencies, allow me to speak briefly on the citizenship by investment programs here in the OECS Caribbean. For several Caribbean small island states, these are lawful, transparent development tools, operating within clear legal frameworks and strong oversight. They have been strengthened recently in consultation and with the participation of the European Union, the United Kingdom, and the United States. These programs are very important to the socio-economic development of the sub-region. They have helped finance hurricane recovery, climate resilient infrastructure, healthcare, education, and fiscal stability in these small economies with very limited alternatives. We do not have an abundance of natural and mineral resources. In fact, we are literally on the fringes of global development. And these programs help to maintain socioeconomic stability within the region. And that is why I said earlier that they are extremely important to us. We recognize that integrity is essential, and we have acted accordingly, tightening, vetting, enhancing regulation, and expanding international cooperation. As I said before, we just had a series of consultations over an 18-month period designed specifically to strengthen our programs, and one of the partners was the European Union. So, citizenship policy remains a sovereign responsibility, but sovereignty does not preclude dialogue. And we're hoping that even within this assembly, that there could be some dialogue in this very important issue affecting several countries within the region. We have invited and continue to engage with the European Union on strengthening our CBI programs. It is an engagement that is evidence-based, technically grounded, and as respectful of our development realities as we are respectful of your concerns, especially your security concerns. The stringent due diligence, the biometrics, residency, and other requirements make the obtention of our citizenship far more difficult and certainly less risky than other third country nationals obtaining non-immigrant EU visas. So this notion that our programs are so risky, I say to you again that the non-immigrant visas that you issue to people all around the world, that is far more risky than those who have our citizenship because of the intense due diligence and all of the requirements for financial disclosure. Therefore, the perceived risk associated with our citizens accessing the European Union, they are exacerbated. And we want you as parliamentarians to take into consideration our concerns as some in the European Union seek to close the door of access into the European Union on these CBI countries. On territorial integrity, our position is unambiguous. Borders matter, commitments matter, international adjudication matters. When states choose courts over confrontation, those choices must be honored. For small states, international law is not optional. It is existential. With regard to Haiti, the situation of the country reminds us that security, governance, and development cannot be addressed in isolation. The Caribbean remains committed to a legitimate, transparent, and accountable Haitian-led path forward, supported by sustained international engagement. The security situation must be brought under control to stop the suffering of the Haitian people and to facilitate free and fair elections, at which time the democratic institutions of government must be fully restored. We recognize that the majority of EU assistance to the Caribbean is directed at Haiti alone. The circumstances of Haiti must change so that the country can rise up from its knees and stand up for itself and its responsibilities. Co-chairs, ladies and gentlemen, we also recognize that European Union countries have a physical and lawful presence in the Caribbean. Our territories lie next to each other in the Caribbean Sea. Therefore, together we have a shared concern about transnational organized crime which respects no borders. Intelligence sharing, maritime cooperation, judicial collaboration, and financial crime interdiction are areas where our partnership can deliver concrete results for both our regions. At this point, I wish in particular to address my fellow Caribbean parliamentarians. This joint EU-Caribbean Assembly will only be strong as the discipline and seriousness we bring to it. If we approach it episodically, we will underutilize its potential. If we approach it collectively with regularity and seriousness, we can help to shape its outcomes. I therefore urge Caribbean parliamentarians to act together to meet more frequently, to coordinate positions, and to translate this partnership into clear recommendations to our national parliaments. Our engagement with the European Union must not be confined to trade and investment alone. It must extend to multidimensional security, including food and energy security, health security, education resilience, regional logistics, and protection against transnational crime and climate disruption. A Caribbean that is secure in what it eats, how it educates its people, and how it protects their health is a Caribbean that is politically stable, economically credible, and strategically relevant. I suggest 3 practical steps going forward. First, Caribbean parliamentarians represented here should establish a standing consultative mechanism meeting at least twice annually to develop coordinated Caribbean positions for engagement with their European counterparts. Second, this group should produce concise, action-oriented recommendations to national parliaments, focused on aligning domestic legislation, regulatory frameworks, and oversight priorities with agreed European Union objectives in trade, logistics, security cooperation, food and energy systems, health partnerships, and educational access. Third, we should commit to parliamentary follow-through, using our oversight functions to track implementation, to identify obstacles, and ensure that commitments made at the regional and international levels are reflected in national policy and budgets. This is how this assembly can evolve and mature from dialogue to direction, and from direction to delivery. Excellencies, we are living through a period of geopolitical adjustment. Some are retreating from cooperation, some are narrowing alliances, some are substituting leverage for law. In this gathering, we are choosing a different course. We choose rules over uncertainty. We choose law over pressure. And we choose partnership over fragmentation. And we value partners who understand that lasting stability is built not by dominance, but by collaboration. This assembly must therefore be practical, strategic, and forward-looking. Let us therefore deliver climate finance that arrives in time. Let us make trade rules work in practice. Let us enable mobility that supports growth, and let us defend sovereignty through law. Across the Atlantic, our 2 regions, Europe and the Caribbean, we share democratic traditions, institutional depth, and a belief that cooperation strengthens resilience. In an uncertain world, that shared foundation is not merely an asset, it is an anchor and certainly a beacon. Let this assembly demonstrate clearly and confidently that multilateralism is not fading. It endures wherever principled nations choose law over power, partnership over pressure, and cooperation over division. Let this assembly be remembered not only for what was discussed, but for what it decisively set in motion. An EU-Caribbean partnership grounded in law, delivered through action and sustained by shared responsibility to this generation and the generations whose future or fate lies in what we do today. I thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, for your timely and very inspiring address. At this time, we will invite the ushers responsible for bringing individuals to the platform for the official photo to take their places.
witness at the opening ceremony here. Live coverage continuing on all our platforms. Now the family photo is being taken. And of course, this is for posterity. This will be remembered long into the future for a historic assembly, the first annual plenary session of the Caribbean EU Parliamentary Assembly. Of course, this is lawmakers from the Caribbean and the European Union. Of course, the OACPS, that's the Organization of African, Caribbean, Pacific States, is made up of 3 different blocks: the Caribbean, Africa, and the Pacific States. Well, this assembly is specifically for the EU and the Caribbean block of that OACPS. Of course, this is extraordinary in terms of the issues that are being discussed. You heard the Prime Minister putting the context, the geopolitical context, Alicia, for the discussions taking place today. At a time, he says, when law is being substituted for pressure, and he
law,
says,
not leverage, I believe.
indeed. And he also mentioned that he prefers cooperation over fragmentation. Obviously, a clear reference to the changing geopolitical order, the fact that, for example, he didn't quite say the United States, he never called the United States, but it's clear.
I think we all know who he was
we all know
referencing,
what it was, what the Prime Minister's statement was about. And that, of course, because the multilateral order is under serious threat. In fact, the Europeans have acknowledged that the old order, the multilateral order, the post-World War II multilateral order has essentially been shattered. And so it's a new order that they're trying to adapt to. And the Caribbean is also trying to adapt to that as well. Of course, we should also say, Alicia, before you come in, that the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States started in 1975 under the Georgetown Agreement as the African, Caribbean and Pacific Group, the ACP Group. Of course, you remember a lot was talked about in the 80s and 90s about the Lomé Convention. That had a lot to do with the trading agreements between the Caribbean, African, Caribbean and Pacific States and the European Union. There was a lot about sugar and bananas from the Caribbean going under the Lomé Convention. Then, of course, there was a Cotonou agreements which replaced that, or which succeeded that. Now we have the Samoa Agreement as well. So this is the first annual plenary session of the Caribbean EU Parliamentary Assembly since the Samoa Agreement in 2023. So you might have heard, especially if you're joining us from here in this country across the Caribbean, you might have heard growing up in the 80s and 90s a lot about the ACP group. That has now essentially morphed since 2019 into the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States. And you heard the anthem at the start of it is an anthem for the OACPS, and that, of course, was played. There's also a logo for it. We'll talk a little bit more about that going forward.
And the anthem had a little kick to it. I almost wanted to tap there. But one of the things that I'm happy the Prime Minister brought up, because I wasn't too sure in the beginning if he would mention it, which would be the CIP, Citizenship by Investment Program. We've heard calls from the EU as well as from the US saying, hey, we don't exactly like some of the things that are happening with your CIP, but the government themselves here and across the Caribbean, the Eastern Caribbean states, they have made changes, amendments, and we heard the Prime Minister today say, hey, we've been doing what you've asked for. We ask that you respect our stance on this, just as we respect your privacy or your security on this. And so I'm very happy that that was brought up, because that is one of the main issues. That's one of the main issues that has been plaguing Europe and Caribbean, or specifically Eastern Caribbean ties.
Absolutely, no doubt about that. In fact, we should also indicate to our audience that what has been under threat in recent months, certainly since over the past perhaps 2 years, has been whether or not the countries of the Eastern Caribbean, which offer citizenship by investment programs, will be able to maintain their visa-free access to the Schengen area, which is, of course, that custom-free area within the European, in Europe. And so that has been a major cause for concern among countries, CBI countries in the Caribbean. And so they've engaged in very, very feverish diplomacy with countries of the European Union. So, by the way, you should also note that the flags that you're seeing there, not all members of the European Union and the OACPS, of course, this is not including the African nations, not including the Pacific states. It is essentially a discussion, an assembly between the Caribbean and the European Union. The Caribbean is not just CARICOM. it transcends CARICOM. It goes beyond CARICOM.
Inclusive of the Dominican Republic
as well. In fact, Cuba is also, I'm looking to see the flag of Cuba there as well. Cuba is also set to be a part of that as well. So certainly the Dominican Republic. By the way, there was a lot of talk about CARIFORUM back in the day as well, which is CARICOM plus the Dominican Republic. So this is a broader Caribbean association of lawmakers from the Caribbean engaging with their counterparts in the European Parliament and having discussions about issues that matter to both of them. And what are these issues? Climate change, matters of multilateralism, matters of transnational crime, the situation in Haiti, expected to dominate discussions in fact on Wednesday as well. So we will be talking a lot more about that. So yes, there is, we'll mention a little bit about the flag and logo of the OACPS. And by the way, inside each letter appear lines of longitude and latitude representing the organization's global scope and the interconnectedness of its members across 3 continents and 3 oceans. So, of course, we want to help you to bear in mind that, of course, when you look at the logo there, so you'll see the green, orange, and I think it's blue as well, and of course that's the logo of the OACPS. And of course this has been the case, as we said, since 1975 when the ACP group was formed, Alicia, and then right about in 2019 the Georgetown Agreement was amended to now transition from the ACP group to the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States.
And we've been talking a lot about the transition and the morphing, and in essence the newest thing that we have now is the Samoa Agreement, which places more direct focus on certain issues for the Caribbean in particular. And we mentioned some earlier. The Prime Minister himself mentioned access in order to get those things done.
Right.
And he also mentioned the fact that, hey, we need to stop playing this whole talk shop thing, not just between the EU and Caribbean, but within the Caribbean states as well, and put into practice the things that we talk about. And he mentioned 3 things that he thinks Caribbean parliamentarians should do. And I'm just paraphrasing here, where he said, they need to meet twice annually to kind of iron out what it is that we want to do, what strategy are we going to use. Secondly, an actionary recommendation to national parliaments. So once you've decided what it is that you want to do, you take action within your local legislative facility and do those things. And lastly, commit to the parliamentary follow-up. And we know in the Caribbean a lot of times we have issues committing. We table these legislations. We say, yeah, they sound good on paper, but then, they never go through. And even in times when they do go through, enforcement also remains an issue.
Absolutely. And by the way, the issues that are to be discussed by the Caribbean EU Parliament, by the Caribbean EU Parliament Assembly, those issues absolutely crucial to the Caribbean's development. You heard the Prime Minister say the Caribbean represents, the challenge is, it's seen on the fringes of global development, and so it wants partnerships. Multilateralism is quintessential to the Caribbean's continued development. In other words, it can't survive in a world of fragmentation, of great power politics, because it's going to be left out in the cold. And so the Prime Minister stressed the importance of multilateralism, stressed the importance of partnerships. So he says, absolutely, and a rules-based order. So what he says is that, look, the Caribbean has stability, stable democracies, it doesn't have a lot of natural resources and minerals and so on, but what it has, good human resources, strong human resources, and stability, political stability, and that's absolutely important, as we see Maurice Merchant, Director General of Communications, passing us here over Broadcast Point. So what he says is that he wants to see greater investment from Europe in the blue and green economies, for example, trade and investment, and a greater cooperation on security, climate change. So those are the practical areas of cooperation that can happen between Europe and the Caribbean, as I said, specifically as a bloc, because specifically as a bloc there is, by the way, you see...
that just goes to show it's a very active...
It's a very, very active environment. So what he wants to see is that greater level of practical cooperation, not just something on paper, not just something in relation to something that is seen as abstract, but he wants to see this assembly leading to practical, measurable results in relation to that.
And of course, he made mention of Haiti as well,
right,
and the push for Haiti to become economically stable as well.
Right, absolutely. That is going to be discussed on Wednesday. So the discussion on Haiti expected to dominate the Assembly's discussions on Wednesday. Of course, it's 3 days of talks, all concentrated here at the American University of Antigua, the AUA. ABS course, we'll be providing you with extensive reportage, extensive coverage in relation to this. And of course, we just want to make sure that we limit the the number of interruptions of our camera here. We'll be talking in a short while as well with Ambassador John Hamilton. We'll be speaking with him shortly. We'll also be speaking with Ambassador Willetta Camacho Thomas, who is this country's climate ambassador, because climate change is expected to be a major part of the discussion.
Sargassum is also specifically, yes, and renewable energy this morning.
Absolutely. Let's talk about, Alicia, what the countries of the Caribbean are looking to get from this in terms of practical, measurable results, not just the talking shop. By the way, the original Latin for Parliament is kind of almost seen as a talking shop. They're clear, and for example, the Prime Minister was clear that he doesn't want to see discussions. He wants to see something come out of this. Let's talk about, as you mentioned, the CIP. Discussions on the CIP. You think that's the biggest issue?
Yeah, it's the relief from the pressures of CIP, because at the end of the day, we're talking about millions, or tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars throughout, particularly certain countries within the Eastern Caribbean that depend on it. I mean, in Antigua and Barbuda, it goes towards socioeconomic activities, including sometimes helping out Social Security, paying pensions, and losing that means you'd have to fill that gap with something else. And again, we do not have the resources that maybe Guyana has or Trinidad and Tobago has. And so he was stressing on the fact, and I'd have to agree, the Prime Minister was stressing on the fact that, hey, I hope we could dialogue on this, because this is something that we really need. We respect your need for security, but respect our need as well. Yeah? So I think that's the biggest takeaway
issue. Certainly for the countries of the Caribbean which offer CBI programs, and those will be the 5 in the OECS. So there's Antigua, Barbuda, there's Grenada, St. Kitts and Nevis, Dominica, and St. Lucia. Those are the countries that offer CBI programs. But beyond the countries with CBI, I think all countries of the Caribbean can also agree on the matter of climate change. It is existential for all of them.
Specifically renewable energy, because we're seeing the push now towards kind of getting off the grid of fossil fuel. We may not be able to, come off fossil fuel altogether, but as a unit, we have to stand together and decide, hey, this is what we're doing. In Dominica, for example, we see they have the geothermal plant that is expected to come on stream, I think, this month. And they're able to potentially, if we band together, perhaps export that excess energy to other countries. Some other countries might be using solar or wind energy. So renewable energy specifically, I think, is on the cards for a lot of countries. And we're talking about here accessibility as well, which is the major thing. The European Union is the largest single market economy that we have access to as Caribbean countries. How do we leverage that? How do we get our people in? And how do we bring our people back out? Because that's another issue that we're having. People are traveling all the time. There's brain drain, and we're not getting them back to reinvest in the Caribbean. So maybe that is the discussion as well that could be had here today.
A lot to talk about, certainly, and that is on the agenda. By the way, there will be a youth forum. There will also be a women's forum as well. All that to take place on these 3 days of discussions, almost pretty much 2.5, because they end a little bit early on Wednesday. By the way, we should also tell you that on Wednesday we will be having so much happening on Wednesday, because in addition to the third and final day of the Caribbean EU Parliamentary Assembly, there will also be a special sitting of Antigua Barbuda's Parliament to honor the 50th year of parliamentary representation by Sir Robin Yearwood. And so that will happen on Wednesday. So we'll be providing broadcasts of that as well. So we might have to cut away from the AUA here to provide you with a coverage from the Parliament building of Antigua Barbuda for that extraordinary session. 50 years unbroken in Parliament from 1976 to 2026. No mean feat at all. And Sir Robin will be extolled and honoured for those 50 years in Parliament. So we look forward to that. On that. So a little bit more about, Alicia, we did say we were going to give a little bit more information about the logo of the OECPS. And of course, you heard the anthem there. So 3 anthems this morning. There was the anthem of Antigua Barbuda, the anthem of the OECPS, and the anthem of the European Union as well. In relation to the flag, presenting the green represents the fertility and natural resources of the countries of the OACPS. That's the African, Caribbean, and Pacific states. The gold symbolizes the sun and the warmth of the peoples, and the blue embodies the bodies of water, which essentially many of the countries operate surrounding many of our nations, as well as the peace we all strive to achieve. So I look there at some of the colors of the OACPS, and so some of the representatives of the European Union that you can mention here as well.
Okay, so we have a number of countries from the EU that are participating this morning, including the Netherlands, Poland, Austria, Croatia, Spain, France, Italy, and Finland, as well as Germany. And they're just a small part of the European Union represented here. A lot of these countries don't necessarily send perhaps ministers and so on, but they do send representatives that are affiliated either with the parliament or with the government. And so we'll see, hopefully throughout the next 2 days or so, we'll see more people coming in. It's not exactly a full house. People are still trickling in. Right. But you do have people who matter here, people who can make a difference, whose ears you can whisper in to inspire change one way or the other. And that's what's important this morning.
Right. We're going to be getting to our right is the climate ambassador of Antigua Barbuda. That's Ambassador Willetta Camacho Thomas as well. So we'll be talking with her in a short while. We just need to try to get her attention to speak with us on this issue, because climate change, as we said, sargassum will be crucial issues to be discussed. So she's just engaged in a little bit of a discussion now, and so we expect to be able to speak with her in a short while. So very, very quickly. Yes.
I'm going to go out
actually, to get her. There we go. So while Alicia goes to get the climate ambassador to join our broadcast here, we should also tell you that the ACP group, formed in 1975 based on the Georgetown Agreement, was a way for South-South cooperation, countries of the global South, so from the Caribbean, African, and Pacific areas, coming together, representing countries of the global South, representing developing countries. Here was an opportunity for them to discuss these crucial issues that matter to all of them, that are matters of common interests and concerns, as we are now joined by Climate Ambassador Willetta Camacho Thomas. Ambassador Thomas, thank you so much for joining us. Very good morning to you. How is it for you this morning as we open this assembly? Here we go.
Thank you. It's interesting. We're glad to see that there are a wide variety of issues on the agenda, very specific issues to EU-Caribbean relations. We have one climate issue on the agenda, which is sargassum, which is very, very important for us. Right. Many other issues not there, though. So,
like what would you want to see?
Okay, so we would have loved to see some more on addressing mitigation issues, so that is reducing emissions, more on adaptation, general adaptation issues, maybe some discussions on loss and damage. But you know, you have to go with the more neutral issues. Sargassum, though, is a very, very important issue. We dealt with the sargassum issue at UNEA 7 as well, where we have to look further and do some more research into how we are going to utilize sargassum. One of those is with respect to renewable energy. There's going to be a conference in the Dominican Republic in April where they're looking for ready-to-go projects to invest in.
Ambassador, you would love to see obviously many more issues discussed, loss and damage being one of them. How far apart are the Caribbean and the Europeans on this issue of loss and damage? Are they close to some sort of, do the Europeans see eye to eye with the Caribbean on this?
Well, we do have the Loss and Damage Fund established, and we do have capitalization to a certain level. We have the Barbados implementation modalities on board now, so call for proposals are open. In Antigua and Barbuda, we are working on our project. We actually have a consultant coming in for 2 weeks starting on Wednesday to look at our project. In terms of support, we get support, but in terms of the scale of the financing necessary, that is always the issue. So there is support in terms of policy and support for action, but it's the delivery that's the issue.
Right. What would you want to see on this discussion on sargassum today? What do you want the Europeans to do? Perhaps investment on this?
Yeah, we would like to see investment. As I said, the Caribbean is moving along to CCRI, which is the CARICOM climate renewable energy facility. So we are moving along, but what we need to see is real technological support and investment into research into how we can transform sargassum into a product that produces for our economies. There's still a lot of research to be done, so there's efforts to be done. But outside of the renewable energy component, we do need to see some more support for addressing pollution issues with respect to sargassum, and also to address cleanup issues and the impact issues that it has on our coastlines, our tourism, our fisheries economy and sector, and also the environmental issues need to be addressed as well.
Indeed. We're not missing anything from the stage, by the way. They are on a break, a coffee break. They'll resume in a short while. We're speaking with the Climate Ambassador, Antigua Barbuda's Climate Ambassador, Roletta Camacho-Thomas. Ambassador, let's talk about this issue now, which is the elephant in the room, you could say. The United States not here. This is a matter of the Caribbean and the Europeans. But the United States, as the great power in this hemisphere, has, and the Trump administration has made it clear, they're not into renewables. In fact, President Trump has made it elusively clear that windmills are horrible. They cost a lot of money, and they're useless essentially, and they harm the environment and kill birds and so on. The U.S. administration's posture on climate change, to what extent is that hampering the efforts of countries in the Caribbean, such as Antigua and Barbuda, to get movement on this?
All right, so generally the U.S. did not provide any direct financial support for our projects. There are support to institutions who we depend on, like IRENA, for example, whose budget is being impacted now. But with respect to our momentum, we have to continue, we have to move on. We do have partners like the EU. We have our Global South partners who are assisting us, and a lot of the technology is actually coming out of those markets. So we continue to move forward. I feel that because it's not just climate that is being attacked, it's all science, that we have to just move forward. Sometimes you have to ignore the noise and keep on your pathway, and I think for us, we have no choice. Climate is the existential threat to our development and our economy and our livelihoods and culture, and so we have to move forward no matter what, and we have other partners that we lean on and depend on.
All right, that's a very diplomatic answer as well. That's why you're a consummate diplomat. Thank you so much, Ambassador Roletta Camacho-Thomas. Really appreciate it joining us. We look forward to the discussions today and, of course, over the next 2 days. Really appreciate it. Thanks so much. Really enjoy it. Thank you so much. All right, that's Ambassador Roletta Camacho-Thomas, Antigua Barbuda's Climate Ambassador. And we now have Alicia will be talking with Minister for Foreign Affairs, Trade and Barbuda Affairs. That's the Honourable E.P. Chet Green. Alicia, over to you. Let me hand you this microphone.
Very chaotic this morning, but for a good purpose. Minister Green, how are you doing this morning?
I'd say good.
You'd say good. Why was it important for you to come here this morning, of course, to have this event in Antigua and Barbuda?
Well, the Caribbean-EU partnership, Antigua-Barbuda EU partnership is a very important one. And so when we were asked to host this meeting, we readily did so because we saw it an opportunity to eyeball our European counterparts or partners and to get our agenda, our issues on the agenda. So, for example, the agenda item on climate, for example, this morning, their focus is on sargassum. Our focus goes way beyond sargassum. Sargassum for us is not the major climate issue. And so these kinds of interventions and interactions are helpful, very useful, as there are lots of opportunities to, like I said, get our matters on the agenda, to eyeball up counterparts, international counterparts, and to set the stage for collaborative efforts. If you take the geopolitical realities of the moment on board and Europe's lead role, then of course we need to have advocates speaking for us. And so to have this meeting here at this time is very timely, very important. Prime Minister this morning gave what I would call the roadmap for the expectations of the relations, how it should unfold. And so, again, we could not get this kind of opportunity just by simply attending a meeting in a European capital or, somewhere else via Zoom. It's good to have these Zoom meetings, but the eyeballing is quite a different effect.
I have to agree with that. And how confident are you that this dialogue will strengthen the Caribbean's position within the EU and perhaps the multilateralism that the Prime Minister was referring to when it comes to perhaps taking strategies or policies to the U.S.?
Well, here's what I just mentioned. The Prime Minister gave like a blueprint as to how we proceed. How confident I am was the question.
Yeah.
I'm confident to extend that we, the parliamentarians, we, the governments of the Caribbean, follow the blueprint. That is, work together, not only for the moment, but see it as a continuation of what's required to be done, and continue to get involved and to engage the EU even more than we have previously been doing.
Now, the EU represents one of the, if not the single largest market that we have in the world. What are we looking forward to getting in terms of discussions on expansion? What do we want from the EU? Where do we think they can help Antigua and Barbuda?
There's so many ways. First is advocacy in this geopolitical space. Trade and investment is certainly other areas we can look at. As we are forced to recalibrate, then we look to Europe and to the wider European Union region for educational opportunities, for health, for trade. It is timely, given what we now have forced to deal with. And even though I'm using the word force quite repetitively, we are forced to recalibrate, to reset our realities, to respond to what is before us. And so the EU represents one area of expanded interest. Africa, with whom we have great historical links and connections, represent the next one. And then Asia. So we can't just sit and mope what we're seeing in terms of traditional markets and traditional relations eroding or ebbing. We have to ourselves be creative, be proactive, and to use this moment to have new relations. And I think the EU represents one such opportunity.
Now, the Prime Minister mentioned Haiti and the need for Haiti to get or become economically stable. How involved is Antigua and Barbuda's government in that process? Obviously, we probably don't have the resources to send armed persons and so on, but how involved do we remain in that process?
The Haiti project is a CARICOM project, and to the extent that CARICOM is involved, we are involved. At foreign ministers level, we have those conversations. At heads level, the Prime Minister has those conversations, and then we interact with international partners, be they Canada, the EU, United States. We insist that there must be a Haitian-led process, and I think there's where we're having here and there a little challenge, because there's some who believe that others should lead the process. But we've seen this before, this movie before. We've seen where others have intervened in Haiti, and it goes right back to status quo. And so let the Haitians be the one to lead this process, for God's sake.
And speaking of Haiti, of course, we have the Dominican Republic on the other side. I don't see them having a delegation here, but are there representatives here?
They should be here.
Now, we've spoken about perhaps doing trade with them as well. Any updates on that?
Yeah, it's an ongoing process, work in progress. We have identified a number of DR manufactured, created items that could make the Antigua Barbuda market, but the whole question of standards, and it's not just a go and buy and come and sell. It has processes, it has steps, but we're working with alacrity to have it realized, because again, the government's ambition is to ease the squeeze, low cost of living, to the extent we can, pull in any levers that are available to us, which are not many.
Okay. Any specific areas you yourself would like to see discussed with European leaders?
Well, I think the agenda is pretty much set. We have some bilaterals as well, so we'll have a chance to also have bilateral discussions with the EU representatives here. As for the agenda, it is set. We go into sessions now. It's the next 4 days of meeting, intense meetings. We will make interventions from time to time, representative of Antigua Barbuda's foreign policy or just general Antigua Barbuda positions on the matters on the agenda. So we wait the outcome. The outcome document should be interesting. It will set the stage for and certainly color the way forward.
So after the outcome decision, just tell our listeners what goes from there. Are there any policy decisions that will be made?
From the outcome document, you have policy creation. So the outcome document, adopted by the Parliament, will be fed into the parliaments of the Caribbean and, of course, Antigua Barbuda exception. I will have the responsibility of taking the outcome document to Cabinet for its endorsement. And if there are areas of the document that we are not comfortable with, we will say so. But I will, of course, in the interregnum, make sure the Prime Minister is kept abreast as we go along the discussions and the outcomes. And if there are any areas of discussion which I feel the need for referral whilst in session, I will certainly refer it. Not necessarily the Prime Minister only, but it's a number of thematic areas. And so I may be called in the Minister of Tourism, Minister of Health, Minister, just to have their input or to have them feed me information as to the government's position. Can't claim to know it all. And so that's why we have a team in place where I can refer to and rely on colleague ministers for inputs to inform Antigua Barbuda's participation in this.
Okay. Now, Mr. Green, I'd like to thank you very much. And just to note that this is the first plenary session since the new agreement of Samoa passed, and I'm pretty sure that's a big deal for everybody everywhere.
It is a big deal. And so Antigua Barbuda, once again, history.
Yeah, history. In terms of making history, but as well as continuing to have or host big events here, putting Antigua and Barbuda, I would think, as one of the sought-after countries for major events.
Again, after we came to the COVID experience, we did rise to the challenge and invited the nation to rise to the challenge of resetting the economy, diversifying the economy. And we looked at this whole area or issue of hosting meetings and conferences as a possible way of doing so. So far we've had the CITS conference, we've had the OS meeting, we're now having the ACP, we also had meetings with tourism. So it's happening.
And getting ready for CHOGM.
We're getting ready for CHOGM. And so with every new meeting, it really inks another, or checks another box of that ambition of presenting Antigua Barbuda to the world as a major conference destination.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Green. I hope to see you tomorrow into Wednesday.
Well, yes, I'll be here tomorrow. God's prayer. I'll be in our parliament on Wednesday, as
That's
we say,
true.
Farewell to Sir Robin, but back here right after. And on Thursday, I think we wrap up this one. So it's going to be a full week.
All right. All the best.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you. So, you're not about to sue me with trade secrets.
Right. Gaffer, where do you want me looking?
Well, yeah. Continuing coverage right here, Alicia George speaking there with Minister for Foreign Affairs, Honourable E.P. Chad Green, outlining the fact that this is historic for Antigua Barbuda, hosting for the very first time the plenary session of the Caribbean EU Parliamentary Assembly. Here with me now is Ambassador John Hamilton, who is the British resident commissioner to Antigua Barbuda. And alongside Ambassador Hamilton is Ambassador Dr. Clarence Pilgrim, Foreign Affairs Ministry Permanent Secretary. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for speaking with us. Let me start with you, Ambassador Hamilton. So let's talk about the fact how significant this is for Antigua Barbuda hosting this Caribbean EU Parliamentary Assembly.
Well, this is yet another of many examples we've seen of Antigua hosting successfully large multilateral events. And it's great to see such a good representation from across European parliaments, from European institutions, and matching up with their friends in opposite numbers from Caribbean parliaments and institutions here as well. So we, like many others, will be watching with interest progress that we'll be seeing over the next couple of days. And this can only be a good stepping stone for the thing that's taking up so much of my time and preparations for CHOGM later in this year.
Absolutely. CHOGM, of course, is the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting to be held in the first week of November, so November 1 to 4. Ambassador Dr. Clarence Pilgrim, your take on Antigua Barbuda hosting yet another high-level international event, not as big as CIDS4, not as big as OAS General Assembly, but preparing for the real big one in November, CHOGM.
I'm extremely proud of what we've accomplished. This shows that the international community has a lot of confidence in our ability to host events of this nature. We position ourselves to be an international venue where any and everyone can come and participate and have a quality conference. The European parliamentarians have clearly demonstrated that Antigua and Barbuda is first and foremost choice in a destination that they think is premier. And as a premier destination, we can clearly say that we have the expertise, we have the personnel, and we have the confidence to host this and other conferences.
So far, so the opening ceremony is taking place. Prime Minister Brown delivered the main address this morning. Satisfied with how things have gone so far?
Absolutely. I think credit should go to the organizing team for doing a great job. I think that going forward, we have learned many lessons from this and we'll continue to improve and be better.
Ambassador John Hamilton, let's talk about the issues that are expected to be discussed here. And by the way, the OACPS started as I'm old enough to remember when there was a lot of talk about the ACP and the Lomé Convention and the Cotonou agreements and so on. And there was a lot of talk about preferential treatment for bananas and sugar from the Caribbean, for example, entering the European market. That was when Britain was part of the European Union, by the way. You no longer, you moved out of that through Brexit. But the issues that are to be discussed, quite crucial to both sides, to Europe and to the Caribbean. What are the biggest issues in your view?
Indeed. And as Prime Minister Brown correctly said in his speech in the opening ceremony here, multilateralism and the importance of multilateralism, the importance of a good, well-functioning, rule-based international system that people can depend on and can be working together to deliver. And you correctly focused in there on trade and the importance of trade. The trading relationship, the economic partnership agreement that's in place with the European Union is also mirrored by the arrangement that we have with the United Kingdom, and seeing a good and free passage of trade between all of the countries of the European Union, between the United Kingdom and with the Caribbean should only be of a benefit to us all.
Yes. There's a little bit of a quirk because Britain is no longer part of the European Union. So in terms of the framework of cooperation and dialogue with the European Union and the Caribbean, Britain not quite a part of that specifically. How does that work now? How does Britain engage with the Caribbean on that bilateral partnerships with each?
Sure. To be honest, a real mixture and different approaches. So definitely very strong bilateral partnerships with countries all across the Caribbean. And then we will be seeing in early March when the countries of the Caribbean and the United Kingdom come together in London for the UK Caribbean Forum meeting, which is going to take place on the 10th of March. And we're very much looking forward to hosting Foreign Minister Green for this meeting. And that's going to be part of a series of meetings that are happening in and around Commonwealth Day. So there'll be some very important Commonwealth meetings happening at that time as well, which again will all feed an important part of preparations for the Commonwealth meeting later this year.
Indeed. Ambassador Dr. Clarence Pilgrim, same question for you in terms of the issues that you consider to be the most significant, the most critical for the Caribbean, especially as it engages with Europe in this assembly. What are those issues in your view?
Given our geopolitical challenges and the repositioning of the world trading giants and systems, Europe will play an extremely critical part in our economic development and our trading deals going forward. The truth is, and you raise a point with respect to Britain no longer being a part of Europe. Antigua and Barbuda's policy is very simple. We engage both Europe and Britain on equal footing. The truth is, our whole thrust right now is to develop friendships, develop partnerships, and look for what's best for our country in a mutual, multilateral way. And doing this is very quintessential to our foreign policy.
Right. Sorry about that. We still have a few individuals. Yes.
Just
go ahead,
very
please,
quickly, correct very slightly, my friend Ambassador Pilgrim. The United Kingdom is no longer part of the European Union, but we're still very much part of Europe and very much part of a close and friendly and high-functioning relationship with our friends across the European Union. We have a strong trade arrangement with them, and we have many, many close working relationships. So although we're no longer part of the European Union, we're still very much part of the European family.
Yes, indeed, of course. That's good to hear that Britain has not disengaged at all, but it is continuing bilateral partnerships and other framework for agreements. Is climate change the biggest issue for you, Dr. Pilgrim, on this?
Climate change is a critical issue. As a small line developing state, it forms a part of our national policy and our foreign policy. We're promoting the environment to be properly utilized. We're promoting that there should be a transition from fossil fuels. We want a sustainable and practical use of the Earth's resources so that in the long run, we all will benefit. The truth is, resources are finite, and we want to make sure we use it responsibly and integrate it properly with our national development thrusts.
The United States has made it clear, certainly under the Trump administration, that it wants a different path. It is not essentially in favor of the post-World War II multilateral order.
Yes.
That essentially has been shredded.
Yes.
The Europeans, for example, in their meeting at the Munich Security Conference, made that clear. They said, look, the post-World War II multilateral order is gone.
Yes.
Multilateralism is a part of the agenda here.
Yes.
It's going to be crucial to the agenda here.
Yes.
How does the Caribbean and the EU navigate that world in which the U.S. as a great power in this hemisphere is saying, look, we're not in favor of that post-World War II order, but the Caribbean and the EU are looking to maintain that. What happens there? It seems like a disconnect. What's your view?
The truth is, Antigua and Barbuda, along with the Caribbean community, must do what's best in our interests. Similarly, other countries have taken that position. Since other countries have taken that position, we must now look forward to forging alliances and partnerships that will help push our agenda forward. Climate change is real. Climate change is something that we cannot hide from, and climate change will determine how our economic positioning and even how our social dynamics work going forward in the future.
A point for you as well on that, the same point. The multilateral order, this is essentially a tangible manifestation of trying to hold on to that multilateral order because it has worked for states in the Caribbean, small on the fringes of global development. They need a rules-based multilateral order. The U.S. is not in favor of that. It wants a different kind of world where great power politics is back, almost at the age of empires. How do we work that out?
Well, on questions for the US and US policy, you'll have to direct those to our friends in the United States. The United Kingdom remains very committed to the multilateral system, very committed to the UN system, very committed to climate change and finding through a cooperative worldwide approach to do what we can to mitigate and assist in all the issues around climate change.
All right, gentlemen, we're pretty much back for another session here. Really appreciate it. Ambassador John Hamilton is resident British Commissioner to Antigua and Barbuda, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Ambassador Dr. Clarence Pilgrim. Back over to the stage. Thank you so much.
Distinguished members, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I now declare open the first sitting of the Caribbean EU Parliamentary Assembly. We begin our work with the adoption of today's agenda. In the absence of any changes, the draft agenda can be adopted. Co-President, honorable members, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me, on behalf of the Caribbean side, to welcome you to this first sitting of the Caribbean EU Parliamentary Assembly. Allow me, from the outset, Co-President, to warmly acknowledge the presence of our Honorable Thomas Taibois, Co-President of the OACPS EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly, who has joined us today. We greatly value his engagement and continued support for the work of the Caribbean Parliamentary Group. And we appreciate the attention he consistently gives to the strengthening of our inter-regional parliamentary cooperation. I am also particularly pleased to welcome our European parliamentary colleagues to Antigua and Barbuda, and to thank our host country for the warm hospitality extended to all delegations. Today marks an important moment for our two regions. With the launch of this assembly, we are giving a clear parliamentary dimension to a partnership that is long-standing, evolving, and increasingly forward-looking. This forum brings together elected representatives
entrusted with the shared responsibility of giving voice to our people and contributing to collective solution to the challenges we face. For the Caribbean, this assembly provides a valuable platform to deepen dialogue with the European Union on priorities that are central to our region, including climate resilience, sustainable development, economic transformation, and social inclusion. It also reflects our shared commitment to multilateralism, cooperation, and mutual respect grounded in a rule-based international law order, particularly at a time when these principles are being tested globally. In this context, the Samoa's agreement offers an important framework for the renewed engagement. Caribbean leaders have consistently underlined the importance of ensuring that its implementation responds effectively to regional reality, support resilience building efforts, and translate commitment into tangible outcome for our citizens. Parliamentary engagement will be essential in ensuring that these objectives are carried forward in a concrete and people-centered manner. Recent interregional discussions have also reaffirmed the need to strengthen cooperation in areas such as climate action, disaster risk reduction, sustainable investment, digital transformation, and social cohesion. These priorities resonate strongly with the Caribbean context and underscore the importance of partnerships that are balanced, inclusive, and responsive to development needs. Honorable members, this Assembly places upon us a collective responsibility to contribute actively to shaping this partnership, to promote dialogue grounded in shared values, and to ensure that our cooperation delivers meaningful results for our region. As I conclude, I wish to reaffirm the commitment of the Caribbean side to the success of this Assembly and to continue constructive engagement with our European counterparts. I now have the privilege to invite my colleague, Co-President Azamani, to take the floor for a few words. Sir Azamani.
Well, thank you very much, Co-President Clark, honorable members, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the whole European Parliament delegation, I would like to say that we are very delighted to be here in Antigua and Barbuda. It's a real pleasure and an honor to meet with our distinguished Caribbean counterparts. And we thank our hosts for the very warm welcome. Today we are here to celebrate the strong bonds between the Caribbean and the European Union. And these bonds are based on history, but above all on our shared future. We are united by many common commitments and by shared values and principles about democracy, sustainability, multilateral cooperation, and mutual respect. And these values guide our work as legislators and give real meaning to our partnership. The launch of this first Caribbean EU Parliamentary Assembly marks an historic step in the implementation of the Samoa Agreement. It strengthens our role as elected representatives and provides us a platform for political dialogue between our peoples. I would also like to underline the important role of Caribbean countries and people in tackling climate change, building resilient societies, promoting fair trade, and supporting a multilateral order that is today under pressure. The Caribbean inspires us and driving positive change both regionally and globally. Over the next 3 days, the European Parliament delegation very much looks forward to engage with our Caribbean counterparts on matters of strategic importance for both of us, but also for the rest of the world. I would like to thank you, and I wish you a fruitful and successful discussions.
Honorable Prime Minister Brown of Antigua and Barbuda, honorable members of the Caribbean EU Parliamentary Assembly, dear Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear friends. It is an honor to address you today. I wish I could have joined you in person. Having been a member of the European Parliament, I understand how crucial your work is. Parliamentary diplomacy is a cornerstone of external relations, and I celebrate that the Samoa Agreement opens new horizons through regional assemblies. The Caribbean is close to our heart. Our partnership remains strong and resilient despite increasing global turbulence. I attended the Caribbean EU leaders meeting in Santa Marta and appreciated the frankness of our conversations. The world is changing rapidly, but we know who is with us, who speaks out to defend peace and international rules-based order, who was the first to condemn Russia's war of aggression, who is on our side when we fight climate change, who is our ally in the defense of multilateralism and the UN Charter. We know which are the democracies who believe in respect for the rule of law. And that is why the Caribbean matters to us, why we want to strengthen our ties. Here are a few ways to do that. First, by launching the governmental angle of our regional protocol under Samoa, then by strengthening people-to-people and business-to-business connections. Third, by exchanging technologies and learning from each other. Fourth, by having our companies invest more in the Caribbean, incentivized by loans and by investments under our Global Gateway investment agenda. Fifth, by trading more. We will remain a trustworthy and predictable trading partner. And sixth, by coordinating our positions and uniting our votes in multilateral fora. And finally, of course, by strengthening the parliamentary dimension of our relationship. So I hope that during the coming days you will build an even stronger and trusted partnership. I wish you an excellent session.
Let me say thank you to the High Representative and Vice President of the EU, Her Excellency Kaja Kallas. Dear colleagues, before turning to our thematic session, it is important to set the broader context of our discussion. I am pleased to invite Mr. Ignacio Yabenzi Rubio, the European Union Special Envoy on Small Island Development State, to address us.
Honorable,
He will share his reflection following the 4th International Conference on Small Island Development States, held here in Antigua and Barbuda under the theme, Charting a Course Toward Resilient Prosperity. Mr. Rubio, join us remotely. You now have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. Honorable co-presidents of the Caribbean EU Parliamentary Assembly, honorable members of the Caribbean EU Parliamentary Assembly, Your Excellency, dear colleagues, dear friends. It is a great honor to address you at this first session. I would have loved to be there in St. John's with all of you, enjoying the warm hospitality of Antigua and Barbuda and the good weather. Yesterday we had snow here in Brussels, but this time it has not been possible. I have been entrusted with the task of setting the scene following the 4th International Conference on Small Island Developing States, which took place on 27-30th May 2024 in Antigua and Barbuda. SIDS 4 was entitled Charting the Course Towards Resilient Prosperity, and I think we can say without a doubt that it was a complete success. The outcome document, the Antigua and Barbuda Program of Action for SIDS, ABAS, adopted at the conference, is the new framework of action for the SIDS. It is a good platform for the next 10 years for SIDS and for the international community to work together on a path to the resilient growth and sustainable development. It is an example of the UN and multilateralism effectively delivering. allow me to highlight some key points in these regards. On climate change, it may be the first time that the link between climate change and security has been recognized in an agreed UN text in a CITES context. We strongly welcome this breakthrough. We strongly support the call by CITES to raise ambition and to implement existing commitments in order to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. On climate finance, we have agreed new language for dedicated finance and programs for seeds, including minimum allocation criteria for seeds in climate finance entities. This was a difficult point, as these entities have independent boards, but it is clear that seeds need strong finance as they face existential climate threats. On energy, we have respected the wish of seeds to focus on renewable energies in view of their bold and ambitious targets. On the environment, the text emphasizes the importance of addressing key challenges which are crucial for the sustainable development of seeds, including, among others, on sustainable ocean management, water scarcity, and pollution. On development finance, we recognize the need to do better, including in connection to discussions on the reform of the international financial architecture. This includes, for instance, the expansion of multilateral lending and the consideration of multidimensional vulnerability in the context of existing practices and policies for debt sustainability and development support. On the institutional framework, we welcome the call for the elaboration of recommendations to strengthen the CITES partnership framework and the CITES Global Business Network and its forum, trusting that they will further improve the support of the international community to this agenda. And last but not least, we note the inclusion of two key deliverables in this program of action: the Center of Excellence and the Debt Sustainability Support Service, which were launched in St. John. EU's participation in CITES 4 allowed us to strengthen our partnership with the CITES, which represent an important constituency at the multilateral level, highlighting how we understand their specific needs and fragilities and how we are actively supporting them through our cooperation instruments. In Antigua, we were able to confirm our commitment to the agreed CITES agenda for the next 10 years, as set out in the outcome document of the conference. Now, it will be important to define a platform to accompany the ABAS at UN and EU level. At the political level, it will be important to ensure a constant dialogue with CITES, using each international opportunity which may arise. For this agenda to be successful, it must build on previous programs of action of our CITES, which were themselves based on shared values like the respect for all human rights, gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls, good governance and rule of law, the reduction of inequalities, and the commitment to just and democratic societies. International partnership based on such shared values will support the implementation of this agenda, which now requires a solid framework for monitoring and evaluation. You can count on our continued support to ensure that this joint journey is a success. The EU and its member states together constitute the largest donor to the CITES, providing more than 1.2 billion euros in the form of bilateral official development assistance, as well as contribution channeled through the multilateral organization. Under the Global Gateway strategy, the EU and its member states, in a Team Europe approach, partner with CITES through investment in digital, environment, climate and energy, transport, health, education and research. In addition, the EU channels to the CITES through the European Investment Bank in the form of credit lines to local credit institutions. The EU also funds a Euro 35 million program of support for African, Caribbean and Pacific CITES and coastal countries, including the Biospace Program in the Caribbean, the Biospace Program in the Pacific, and support to the Critical Ecosystem Partnership Funds in the Western Indian Oceans. The EU already supports priorities fully aligned with the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for CITES, notably climate adaptation, resilience, sustainable blue economy, renewable energy, and institutional capacity. This support is delivered through EU grant financing, policy dialogue, technical assistance, and blended finance instruments, including EFSD+, where appropriate, often delivered in partnership with UN agencies, regional organizations, and IFIs to support institutional reforms and implementation readiness. The greatest opportunities to scale impacts include better targeting ABBA's priorities with existing EU programs rather than creating parallel mechanisms, scaling regional programs that operationalize ABBA's pillars, strengthening linkage between ABBA's implementation and the global gateway, particularly for sustainable infrastructure and connectivity relevant to SIDS. Just after the SIDS conference, the SIDS4 conference, the European Union and the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States, OECPS, adopted a joint statement that stated, and I quote, "In the spirit of the Samoa Agreement, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, the European Union and members of the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States, OECPS, look forward to working closely and constructively to implement the outcomes of the SIDS4 conference held in Antigua and Barbuda." And yes, the Samoa Agreement, as was mentioned by the High Representative Vice President on her message, provides a framework to drive global initiatives and build consensus on matters of global importance and shared interest. In this statement, the OECPS and the EU also welcome the closer cooperation between SIDS, the EU outermost regions, and overseas countries and territories who share some common characteristics and specificities. Through them, the EU is also part of the Caribbean. Within the framework of the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda and the application of the Samoa Agreement, the relationship between the European Union and small island developing states is a strategic political alliance that recognizes vulnerability as a criterion of justice, places resilience at the heart of development, and translates multilateralism into concrete results for SIDS. Your exchange today and during this week that bring the parliamentary dimension of the Samoa Agreement to this cooperation are of vital importance to enrich our discussion and promote inclusive dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Members, the deadline for any amendment to the draft proposal for recommendation is Tuesday, the 17th of February at 12 noon, and you must submit it in writing. Amendment, if any, to be shared with your respective secretariat. Are we clear on that?
I think it's clear.
Honorable colleagues, we now open the first thematic session. We will focus on the three issues that are not only urgent for the Caribbean, but also highly relevant for our EU-Caribbean partnership: climate resilience, the Sargassum crisis, and renewable energy. This session is about practical solutions and exploring concrete pathways. How we will build resilience, how we will manage real impact on communities and coastlines, and how we speed up the renewable energy transition across the region. These issues are central to the Caribbean sustainable development and important to the partnership with the European Union. To introduce our discussion, I am pleased to invite Mr. Joseph Williams, Senior Expert on Sustainable Energy and former expert at the Caribbean Development Bank, joining us remotely. Mr. Williams will deliver our keynote address and help frame the challenges and opportunities ahead. Sir Williams, you have the floor.
is indicated.
Let me call him. Need to share. What you need to share. You can start. You can start. Yes, he is connected. He's following. Wat is hier aan het doen? I call him. I call him.
She's calling him.
Yeah, but he needs to push the button.
Yeah, yeah. Calling won't be enough.
Do we move forward?
It's a different topic.
Okay.
He's connected. He will start.
Huh? He's connected.
It's
Or we move
What's
to
this? Yeah, that's.
I'm trying to fix the issue, but he's connected. I don't know why it's not working. He's connected. Ah. We need to switch to the other. Yeah. At least we have a. If there is an issue, we can move to the one who is in person here. Huh? If there is an issue.
Who's one now? The next one.
You can't hear me. Can you hear me now?
yes.
Can you hear me now? Me?
Yes, we can hear you and see you.
Just checking. Can you hear me?
Mr. Williams? Yes, sir, we are hearing you clearly.
Oh, thank you so much. Can I just have access to share, please? In the interest of time, apologize for delaying. I'm not sure what is happening. I will just go ahead, but I'd be happy if I could get access to share my screen. Okay, thanks. Getting access.
Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Presidents of the Assembly, honorable parliamentarians, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, it's my privilege to address this very high and august body as a private sector representative in the context of this Assembly on this critical matter of climate resilience, which is very important for both regions. Based on my 30 years of practice in the Caribbean energy sector, in both energy as well as development generally, it's my considered view that sometimes to achieve development outcomes, we really need to take pragmatic approaches. This question of climate resilience is broad. It's very difficult to talk about climate resilience without heavily focus on adaptation, which is our major issue and challenge. Yes. Are you still hearing me?
Yes, we are.
Okay, I'm just going to, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm getting an echo, so I wasn't sure what was happening. Yeah. I'll just continue. Okay. I think there is a technical challenge. I'm hearing an echo of things I've said before, but I'm going to proceed in the interest of time. Sure. Okay. So my point is that it's really difficult to address this matter of resilience in the Caribbean without focusing heavily on the adaptation issue. How can we not talk about loss and damage and all those issues? So it's very difficult in a small time, and so I'll just choose to focus on one dimension, which is really mainly on the renewable energy side, as well as to talk a little bit about some of the opportunities in the context of the Sargassum crisis. So why is it important, I think, I want to raise with us, for us to adopt a somewhat pragmatic approach to how we look at the challenges, even in the context of resilience. And I would say, largely, it has to do with the fact that the challenges we face are somewhat new and different. First, in the matter of resilience, it is apparent that in many cases we're not getting the desired results from the interventions. And also, we are operating in a radically different global environment that's rapidly changing. And so, well, with respect to trade, geopolitics, and I could go on, but have implications for economic situations in partner countries, and so on. The result is that, well, of course, the whole question of global financing for resilience is also a big factor. But the result is that there's a big risk that the kind of support and engagement that's needed for supporting this resilience transition could wane and could not secure the support that is necessary for this to be a reality for us. And so the idea that we need to be more pragmatism is based on the fact that it's very important for us to realize the outcomes that we need. I put a quote there, I don't have time to go through it, by William James, but in essence, when we talk about pragmatism, it's about pursuing the solution and approaches which are guided by experience, based on what we have come to understand that works in our context, irrespective of those theoretical frameworks. And again, I'm speaking from the context of a private sector person now, having worked with institutions over the last 30 years around the region. And so the issue for us then is, what's the problem that we're trying to solve? Really, it's about not realizing the outcome, and it's about a changed global environment. The reality, though, is that we still are faced with the impacts. They are real for the Caribbean countries. Hurricanes, sea level rise, drought are not just theoretical matters for us. And how do we respond? We have to respond by addressing coastal defense, water security, agricultural sustainability, infrastructure protection, tourism security, and so on. So it's real for us, but the fact is that we cannot assume that the support will always be there because of the challenges that we are now facing in the environment that we exist. And when I say support, I'm speaking from the standpoint of our citizenry, on both sides of the Atlantic. And in that context, it's very important, I think, again, from a private sector perspective, that we adopt a pragmatic approach in terms of how we pursue the matter of resilience. And the pragmatic approach I allude to really recognizes that we have to be guided by experience and what works in our context. I want to propose for this conversation really two things, two two ideas, and really not solutions I'm proposing, but ideas that could help us to think about shifting the way we approach the challenges, framing the challenges. The first one is in relation to redefining climate resilience in the context of local situations and issues. So that, yes, we are pursuing adaptation and mitigation, but what does that mean in terms of the projects that are deployed? And I think it's also useful if we think about how we frame the rationale for the mitigation. I think there is need to increase focus and emphasis on the matter of security and economic development opportunities. Because we in no way compromise the outcome, because certainly for the Caribbean, by pursuing renewable energy, which is the example I want to focus on, we are in the same breath achieving mitigation results. But to our local population, to the citizenry, I think a recognition that there is some value for them to understand that this climate resilience is more than a distant problem we are trying to solve, and it more or also relates to their realities now would be an important and pragmatic approach. So it's not there, we do it, it's a part of what we do. What my main argument today is that increasing focus on this aspect, or these aspects of the rationale, to be very useful in terms of ensuring that the support that is necessary to drive the achievements are in place. There's no doubt that we have an abundance of renewable energy, solar, wind, geothermal, ocean. In the case of solar, it's large, just by virtue of our geography. Potential that far exceeds our total combined demand across the region. Offshore wind is now the big area. Onshore wind has posed a challenge over the last 3 decades. But certainly offshore wind is massive and a big opportunity, even while we try to pursue onshore wind. Geothermal in the Eastern Caribbean, the potential is great, possibly, different estimates, but could possibly in excess of 1 gigawatt, whereas the total demand for electricity in that region is just about 600 megawatts. I want to just come back to the matter of the pragmatic approach and just cite an example with Jamaica. And I'm using Jamaica as an example, but I'm from Jamaica, so I can speak to Jamaica's context, but it's in no way to point to Jamaica as being unique, because what I'm using here is typical of basically the rest of the Caribbean. So we have the Paradise Park solar farm, which was installed in 2019 at the cost of $65 million, capacity of 51 megawatts, and really a shining example of deploying renewable energy in a small island state, delivering significant value to the grid, somewhere about 25% of renewable energy. But what happens is that just some months ago, we were hit by Melissa. And one of the most beautiful display of supporting a transition has been significantly impacted by the very challenges and the climate resilient space, right? Hurricane Melissa, category 5 hurricane, destroyed up to 80%. And so when you look at the reality of applying climate resilience in our context, one has to ask the question, do we need to redefine what this looks like in our situation? And in that regard, the question must be asked, is there a way to ensure that we not just look at these projects, even though they're renewable, even though they are transitioning in our sector, not just in terms of the LCOE, the levelized cost of energy, or the lowest cost for the technology, in which case solar is now the most competitive. And so you could have policy frameworks that promote one technology because it's cheaper, without recognizing that from a security standpoint, from defining resilience, how resilient is this form relative to the challenge we have? When this project is destroyed, it means that at the time when the country needs the energy most during a hurricane, a storm, you know of a situation where it may be many months, maybe up to 18 months before you can get power being generated from the situation. And the point here is we have to look at whether or not a judicious mix of distributive generation and utility scale generation, as well as different technology. Wind is far more resilient than even solar. How do we find a judicious mix so that when we talk about transitioning our energy sector to being more resilient, that is defined in the context of our realities? I could say a lot more, but it's just a point here that as Caribbean countries, as we look at it, as good as some of these solutions are in other territories, it's necessary pragmatically for us to define these that fit our reality so that we can achieve the results that we need. And so what I'm suggesting is that the second point is that we largely frame the climate resilience conversation in the context of threats and fears and what will happen if we don't do what is necessary by 2050 and so on, which is good and is useful, and we have to continue to do that because it's really an existential threat. But pragmatically, I'm suggesting that it would be useful, and this is a suggestion for consideration, for us to emphasize the hope that these technologies can bring greater energy security and independence, can provide economic development opportunities, such as creating jobs, new green industries, and so on, even in this context of pursuing climate resilience. Again, the context of the global environment, again, the context of ensuring that we keep our peoples engaged has become very important for us to reframe the narrative. And so, not that these are not considered, not that these are not a part of the narrative and a part of the dialogue, but I think where we are now, we need to look at how we can emphasize the hope over the fear, and in that context, generate more buy-in and also ensure that while ensuring that we achieve the results that we desire within the climate resilience space. So it's a very simple proposition, but one that helps us to navigate pragmatically the new landscape that we find ourselves in as Caribbean countries and also as European. And so we want to present more the investment opportunities. And so even as we ask our partners globally, and in this case, the European Union, Europe, and the global South as we cooperate, the question is, how do we frame our mitigation strategies or adaptation strategies as opportunities for big investments, or investments that's mutually beneficial? If you look at solar, just to transform the public sector across the region, we're talking about $2 billion right off the bat, not even 100%. And just to significantly transform the system to say 2035, we're looking at about $10 billion US. That's not 100%, that's to significantly make a difference. Offshore wind, just to get significant plants in the Eastern Caribbean with some interconnection among grids, you're looking at $5 to $6 billion. Geothermal, to move some of the significant developments now taking place to a stage where we can actually get green hydrogen, green ammonia, green products, you're looking at $2 billion and so on. In the interest of time, I'll move on. And then we turn to the Sargassum situation, which is well spoken about and understood in terms of the challenge and the crisis that it is. The question for us is, how can we transform this challenge that is representing 40 metric tons of deposits on our shores in 2025, starting from about 2011 when this problem developed? How can we, as we move forward, convert this into investment opportunities? And so the crisis has many dimensions. There's economic devastation, environmental damage, public health crisis, the infrastructure being overwhelmed, and so on. I think we have a good and a fair understanding of the crisis and the dimension of the crisis in terms of what that represents to us as a threat. And as such, a response of fear is one response. But I want to suggest that fear sometimes leads to paralysis. And what we need is more hope. And we need to see now how we can transform these crises to opportunities. Move from a posture of fear to one of hope. And I think this is where the partnership becomes very important. Because the opportunities around Sargassum are many, and the many paths to valorization are being studied well. Biofuels present a very, very big opportunity because it represents possibly one of the biggest avenues. And this is speaking with some of the experts now. I know some of them are in the room over the last couple of weeks, right? This is not an area that I've focused on largely in my energy practice. But when you listen to the experts, they will tell you that energy represents one of those areas that can significantly allow for scaling up and addressing this challenge than any other option. But then there are other options that have been proven in different countries. Mexico, for example, where a lot of the other industrial materials, fertilizer and so on, are being developed and form a part of important trade arrangements. And so the question is, how can we now begin quickly to see the investment potential and shift from just looking at the crisis to understand the opportunities, create hope, and kind of develop the investment vehicles that can support this transition. And so, sorry, there, just a little bit of a technological glitch with my calls coming in, sorry. And so, what we are suggesting here is a more pragmatic approach to redefine some of the climate resilience challenges, crises, and the fear of the threat and the urgency. That's important, and we have to keep those things. But to begin to emphasize, and I'm not suggesting that these weren't there before, I'm suggesting that pragmatically, in our context, with all the risks that exist, there may be some value in emphasizing the investment opportunities, the trade opportunities within the frameworks that we have in the context of the EPA and others that can help us to move from fear to hope and to help us to make these things a reality. And so when we look at the challenges, the financing barriers, the need for de-risking, the transaction costs, the capacity gap, these are all challenges that we face from a Caribbean perspective. There are many. The bureaucracy that we have to streamline and ensure that things can happen, to ensure that businesses can move from a concept to reality in a very efficient and optimal way. And to treat with some of the risk around small markets and so on. These are all barriers. These are all challenges to ensuring that financing can flow. But if we look at a lot of these challenges as investment opportunities, then I think collectively it is easier for the partners, the EU, to help us to create investment pathways to make these things a reality. And so in closing, Mr. Chair, I want to suggest that the EPA provides some facility, and we know them well, I'm not the expert here, but it's worth exploring that we maximize these opportunities within this agreement, and also ensure that we understand the opportunities and be able to create the investment packages, opportunities, strategies. And in that process, we address some of the barriers rather than it's always being about being in a vulnerable position and needing the support, which we do and which we have to do, but I'm just suggesting an emphasis in this area could help in the context where we exist and within the context of our partnership. And so, again, like the speakers before, I think the Prime Minister was very clear. It's about action and path and really making sure the facilities that the regions have work for us as a people. So I would say the Samoa pathway charts a course. The Samoa Agreement provides a framework. And I think in the context of this climate resilience, although I just mainly focus on the energy side, it offers the possibility for mechanisms to be put in place for these things to happen. And I think with the right political will, this can be a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Williams, for those very insightful reflections that you have given us. I can tell you, I noticed that many members, honorable members here were taking pictures or videos of the screen, telling me that, yes, the information was reaching to them. Thank you once again. We now move into our panel discussion. And before we do, let me acknowledge the arrival once again of the Speaker of the House of Antigua and Barbuda, Mr. Osbert. We welcome you to our discussion, sir. We now move into our panel discussion, EU Caribbean Pathway to the Resilience Accelerating the Renewable Energy Transition in the Caribbean. honorable colleagues, esteemed guests, we approximately 1 hour and a half for this discussion. I'm very pleased to welcome our panelists who bring a strong mix of expertise from European policies to science to regional energy strategy and global gateway initiative. We will conclude the presentation with the voice of the Youth Forum. I strongly believe that the young people are active partners and change makers in shaping a fair, inclusive, and sustainable future across both regions. This exchange will be organized as follows. A 5 to 7 minutes presentation by each guest speaker. I will be very strict with the timing. Then we will open a round of question and answer with parliamentarians. Professor Anthony Clayton, University of the West Indies, former advisor to the government and CARICOM. Dr. Claire Morale, Professor Emerita at St. George's University, President of Ocean Spirit Inc., and a leading expert on maritime ecosystem and sargassum management. Miss Olga Boss-Giebert, Deputy Head of Unit, DG, INTPA, European Commission. Dr. Devon Garden, founding partner of the Institute of Innovation and Growth and former Head of Technical Programs at CCREEE. Miss Ashley Lashley, Youth Advisor to the UN Secretary General on Climate Change, CARICOM Youth Ambassador. We will now start with Professor Anthony Clayton from the University of the West Indies. His extensive research and experience in this field and in other thematics associated with this assembly will enrich our discussion in the coming days. Thank you, Professor, for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us. I thank all the panelists for joining us and inviting them to join an open and forward-looking discussion.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Can you see me and hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you? You can. Very good. Can I share a couple of slides with you? You have to give me permission to share slides.
Feel free to.
I can do that now?
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, it's still not allowing me to share, I'm afraid. No, this is still not working. This is unfortunate. I may have to do it without sharing. No. All right, I'll just have to do this without sharing the slides. Sorry about that. Okay. Current position is as follows. We have relatively high electricity costs across the region in the range 20 to 37 US cents per kilowatt hour. That's a bit more expensive than the United States, which averages about 18. It's actually comparable with Europe, which averages about 25 cents per kilowatt hour, although it's a heavy burden for small economies. There are reasons for this. One of them is that we are very dependent on imported hydrocarbons, still supply nearly 90% of our primary energy consumption. We should have done something about this years ago, many years ago. There were several reasons why we didn't. One of them is that the transition away from dependence on hydrocarbons was actually delayed by the Petrocaribe scheme, which gave us subsidized oil from Venezuela. In hindsight, that was led to the remove the incentive for transiting away from hydrocarbons. And the other factor, major factor, is governance failings. Most governments in the region don't typically do very much long-range foresighting and strategic planning. We should have seen this problem coming from a long time ago. Unfortunately, we didn't, and so we are still very dependent on imported hydrocarbons. We have other challenges. One of the big challenges in Jamaica is electricity theft. About 20 or 25% of all the electricity that's generated is stolen, and this removes the profit from the main power utility. It's the capital that they would need to upgrade the grid. And until we can do something about the remarkably high level of electricity theft, that will continue to be the case. We are making some progress. Renewable capacity has increased across the region by about 30% since 2015. And some countries have now reached about 10% of electricity supply from renewable sources. However, we've given much less attention to increasing the efficiency with which we use energy. And energy efficiency in terms of barrel of oil per unit of GDP is one of the lowest in the world. We have a lot of buildings in this region, typically using cement and steel. They were not designed for energy efficiency, and this gives us a high built-in demand. The largest demand in many countries is typically for air conditioning. These buildings have high thermal mass, they get very hot, and until we do something about moving away from this building style design, we're going to continue to have high levels of energy demand. The general estimate is that basic improvements in energy efficiency could reduce national demand by, on average, about 20% across the Caribbean. We disagree with that. We think that's a significant underestimate. And to prove the point, we designed and put up this building on the campus of the university. It's a fully functional university building. It was the first we designed it to be net zero, to actually generate as much power as it uses. In fact, it turned out we did better than that. It's Energy Plus. This building supplies all the power needed for its operation, and it has quite a complex set of operations, but it also generates a sufficient surplus to run the departmental vehicle. So we did this basically to demonstrate that we're operating far below the level that we could achieve simply by investing in energy efficiency. And we found that some of the most effective ways to make a building more energy efficient, and I should just add in passing that a lot of the work done on net zero buildings has been done in temperate zones. And it's actually harder to keep the inside of a building cool in a hot climate than it is to keep it warm in a cold climate. But we found that some of the most effective ways to make a building more energy efficient actually cost very little. Simply orienting the building to the sun as opposed to parallel to the road, which is what we usually do, helps to reduce unwanted heat gain and improves the efficiency of the solar panels on the roof. Putting the living spaces on the interior of the building and the service areas on the outside, typically on the south side of the building, means that the living spaces stay a lot cooler. Maximizing the use of natural light for illumination, which simply means putting the windows in the right places, and make the ceilings higher to give you natural ventilation. So we found that most of the gains were simple changes in layout and design, which could do a lot to stop energy being wasted. Of course, we want to do a bit more than that. It's not just about designing buildings to be energy efficient. It's also about reducing the embodied energy in the materials and the energy that we need to actually put the building up in the first place, which means we have to find more energy efficient materials to try and substitute for steel and ordinary Portland cement, because those two industries, steel and cement, between them contribute something like 12% of global carbon emissions. So we want to also migrate away from the use of those materials. Now, Jamaica has a lot of high-quality limestone. We have about 150 billion tons, of which 50 billion tons is recoverable. So asking people to move away from cement is a big ask. It's we are not short of the basic materials, raw materials for cement. We're a cement exporter. But we have a real problem, which potentially we could turn into a solution, and that's one of them is the Sargasso problem. Now, what we think of as the Sargasso Sea is actually a large patch. It's about 1,100 kilometers north to south and 3,200 kilometers east to west. It's a large patch of Sargasso floating in the North Atlantic. And it's held there by a series of 4 ocean currents. It's actually very ecologically important. The Sargasso Sea produces over 2 billion liters of oxygen per hour. What happened was sometime around about 2010 or 2011, a patch of Sargasso was pushed by the wind into further south. It went into the tropical Atlantic. The sea there is warmer, and it also gets high nutrient loads from the Amazon, the Congo, and the Mississippi rivers. And it's such favorable conditions for sargassum that the biomass has been doubling approximately every 2 weeks. The new colony now covers 9,000 kilometers. In other words, it's 3 times bigger than the original patch of Sargasso. The reason why this is a problem is it keeps washing up on our beaches, and we are very heavily tourism-dependent economies. It's the largest source of foreign exchange and the largest source of employment in the region. And we keep having to rake the Sargasso off because it has a very strong sulfurous smell as it rots on the beaches. However, we have realized that potentially we could turn this into a major asset. Sargassum can be harvested. You have to wash it, take the salt off, and then you dry it and you crush it. You can mix it with concrete. You can add about 40% of the total weight in a mix with concrete, and then actually cast them into concrete blocks. And using Sargassum in that way can reduce building costs by about 40%, as well as removing a lot of the carbon from the mix. Next generation is we might even be able to replace the limestone. You replace it entirely with microalgae, with the sargassum, in a photosynthetic biocementation process, which you can then process, mix it with aggregate, which is sand and gravel, and cast it into blocks, which you get, it looks like we'll be able to get similar performance compared to limestone. So something which is currently a major problem could potentially be part of our solution towards decarbonizing our economy. Thank you so much for your time and attention. I'm happy to take part in the rest of the discussion this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We will now give the floor to Dr. Claire Morale. She is Professor Emerit at St. George's University and President of the Ocean Spirit, Inc., and a leading expert on maritime ecosystem and sargassum management. Doctor? She's still on there. Yeah, she's a young lady on the screen. We come to her.
Good morning. All right. Well, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'm so glad to be here in person. Technology is a wonderful thing, but it's also a terrible thing as well. Let me hope my slides will come up. Oh, we're over there. Okay, just not behind me. So, good morning again. I'm honored to be here, and I'm a teacher, historically at least. I'm also my mother's daughter, and I can really talk a lot. So, historically, when I teach, my students present, I have like a football system. When we have 1 minute left, we have a yellow card. and 1 minute left. When my time's up, it's red. So could somebody make sure I don't talk on and on and on, right? I can actually set my timer here because I would love to talk to you guys for ages, but I actually have a flight to catch, and I'm sure you guys have got things to do as well. Okay, so without further ado, I need to look over here, don't I? So I'm based in Grenada. I've been living in Grenada for 25 years. I used to tease my students that I started teaching when I was 3 years old, and see who would recognize that. Just in case those of you who are new to the region, you know where you are now, I hope. And Grenada's in the far south of the Eastern Caribbean. I'm going to run through these slides really quickly and just ask that you follow up with questions later on if I'm not answering your questions as I go through. So super quick, and I'm just resting on what has already been established. Actually, the protocol should have been, I welcomed everybody, and hopefully I said that already. So pelagic sargassum, there's about 300 to 500 different species of sargassum, but the two that we're most concerned about are those that are pelagic, so those that float at the surface. I'm not going to talk to you about too much detail, but I think it is useful for us to know what we're actually dealing with. So sargassum is a seaweed. It's distinct from plants. It's similar in that it photosynthesizes, but it is actually a macroalgal species. Professor Clayton gave some really good information, so I don't need to repeat that. He talked about the Sargasso Sea, which is the ultimate source originally of the sargassum that is causing issues for us in the Eastern Caribbean. And I just wanted to draw your attention to the fact that the Sargasso Sea ecologically is an enormously important region, and as such has been recognized and has a designated body managing it, the Sargasso Sea Commission. But we're dealing with, I could talk to you about the beautiful biodiversity associated with sargassum, but what we're really facing and need to address is these mountains of sargassum that end up washing along our shores. So this is an image from Grenada, but I could have brought images from just about anywhere in the region through the wider Caribbean region. And again, I don't want to talk too much, and I don't want to talk, be condescending in what I talk about, but we all know that we have fragile economies in these small island developing states that represent the Eastern Caribbean and the wider Caribbean, highly vulnerable environments. There are many, many threats, limited resources, both human and economic, and there's loads and loads of other issues that are of great importance that need to be attended to. It's difficult to draw attention sometimes to the sargassum issue. But we are tourism dependent, many islands, and when we see headlines like this in the international press, we really know that we've got some issues that need to be attended to, and attended to properly with careful attention. And the idea of using this issue to make opportunities is one that is attractive all round. Professor Clayton suggested, and actually earlier on there was talk about the biodiversity issues associated with sargassum. I would say that there's really sort of positive and negative aspects of the biodiversity. So sargassum hosts a massive array of species. Some of those are endemic, only associated with sargassum, and then a whole bunch of other organisms will find themselves under the sargassum. It's great camouflage, so it's you find an array of species associated with that sargassum. But then on the flip side of that, when you get huge inundations of sargassum, it can cause huge problems for biodiversity. It can shade out seagrass beds, it can smother mangrove forests, and cause lots of problems for coral reefs as well. And then, unfortunately, species can become entrapped in the sargassum. Not too many gruesome photos, I promise, but eels can end up suffering from the low levels of oxygen. Turtles that need to come up to breathe can have problems and die of respiratory distress. And then the turtle hatchlings that find our region very attractive can end up getting disoriented, getting trapped in that sargassum as well. But there are some great things that have gone on. There's some great agencies that have done heaps of work on sargassum. It's a relatively new problem, really 2011. It's really just very recently, and yet we've come a long way. One of the agencies that I've done some work with is the Gulf and Caribbean Fisheries Institute, and they've been instrumental on sharing information about sargassum and how to deal with it. And then I'll speak just briefly on the a perspective from Grenada. So there's lots going on in Grenada with regard to sargassum, and I think that's perhaps why I ended up being invited to come. We have a national sargassum task force, and we're really trying to move quickly to deal with sargassum much better than we have in the past. And we're hoping that we can be a model for other OECS and other OECS countries and beyond. Some of the great things that have happened in Grenada have been supported through the EU. So the Global Gateway supported a project looking to focus on valorization of sargassum. That project has come to an end, but we're really resting a lot of what we're going to do from this point on that work that's already been done. But to finish up, and I'm going to move to finish up, right now there's lots of sargassum coming into the region. If anyone flew in the last few days, if you looked out the window, you may have seen like patches of sargassum. We have an outlook, we have a bulletin that comes out. It's pretty crude, it comes out every 3 months, but excessive amounts are due to are predicted to be coming into the region in the next few months. There's lots of different ways of dealing with sargassum, wonderful, lots of ways we can make money out of it, but there are some really big issues that are impeding our ability to valorize sargassum. And one of those is that the collection of sargassum at sea is enormously expensive. Like, the ocean is a wonderful place. I spend as much time as I can in there, but it's hostile to electronic equipment. You know, if anyone's ever taken anything and got into saltiness, you know, things pack up really quickly. Sargassum is really heavy, so you can put beautiful booms in like this that have been put in many places, but if you have a rough environment, the south coast of Grenada, the east coast of Grenada, for example, these booms just really, really struggle to be maintained. Once the sargassum starts washing in, it's super heavy, and they can sink these booms very, very quickly, even if the ocean doesn't take them ahead of that. So really expensive to collect the sargassum, but wonderful things that can be done with it once it is collected. So that's one of the big challenges. There's also regulatory challenges. Who does it belong to? In Florida, it's illegal to take sargassum out of the ocean because it's recognized to be such important fisheries habitat. And the regulatory frameworks in the Caribbean has really yet to be established. I'm running over time, so I'm going to wrap up. But there's great things going on. SARCI, funded by the French government, I'm very involved in quite a lot of the projects running there. There's some fantastic tools that have been developed. The University of West Indies, instrumental in moving the science of sargassum forward and setting out strategies for dealing with that as well. But there's loads of questions still to be asked. Everybody's asking these questions. I think the bottom one, is it coming back? I think we can say with climate change, the high likelihood is that we've got a new normal situation right now. Loads of opportunities, loads of needs. I will leave it there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
If I got a red card, I didn't see it. Has anyone got any questions? Have I got time? Should I exit? Stage right? Thank you.
We will now move to Miss Ashley Lashley, Youth Advisor to the UN, Secretary General on Climate Change, CARICOM Youth Ambassador.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As a young person in the conversation this morning and the presentations, I feel intrigued because oftentimes when we talk about the practice of transitioning, it has become practical for me as a young Caribbean woman, especially in looking at the renewable energy and the just transition. So I don't have a presentation today, but I would share my insights based on what I have heard earlier. And I'm from Barbados. You guys could probably pick up my accent. And Barbados has set a pathway towards net zero by the year 2035 and 100% renewable by the year 2030. And I remember approximately 4 years ago when I heard this, I was like, our government is super ambitious when it comes to climate justice. And just in 2024, about 14.4% of our electricity generation came from renewable sources, with the majority coming from the distribution of rooftop solar. And for me as a young person, this tells me something very powerful, because what it's saying is that citizens are already participating in the shift. And that shift didn't start just yesterday, because even in looking at our solar watt heaters, Barbados has over 50,000+ solar water heaters installed since the 1970s, and that was even long before I was born. And based upon that, that was saving consumers an estimated US $137 million. And I said that because that scenario paints a success story that shows us what long-term policy consultancy and consistency can do. And that's all in creating a public-private sector partnership. And across the region, we've heard throughout the presentations and we've seen that there's been real movement when it comes to the energy and the just transition movement. Just last year in Barbados, we would have had the Sea for All conference that brought together hundreds and thousands of policymakers, persons from the private sector, and civil society organizations. But then when we look at Dominica, we've recognized that Dominica is advancing in geothermal energy as part of its resilience strategy. When we look at St. Kitts and Nevis, we see that developing geothermal energy is something that could dramatically reduce the dependence on imported fossil fuels. And I heard the professor spoke about Jamaica expanding wind and solar energy as well. But what that says is that our Caribbean countries are trying. But I want to bring this down to something very real. The reality is that gas prices are very high. Fuel prices are high as well. And persons' electricity bills are still too high. And for young persons trying to build businesses, for farmers trying to irrigate crops, for families trying to manage household expenses, these calls are not abstract. They are daily stresses. And for me as a young person, I've seen firsthand that the Caribbean is heavily dependent on imported fossil fuels. And that means global price shocks immediately affects and has an impact on us, especially seeing the recent geopolitical climate that we're in. The reality is that we feel the transport costs, and it trickles down to the bottom level, and we feed it in the full prices. And I have my own foundation as well, the Ashley Ashley Foundation, which I started at 19 years old. And I saw that there was a gap in access to climate finance. And we started the Hague Global Climate Fund. And since then, we've supported a 21-year-old agriculturalist building climate smart systems. Because the reality is that energy costs directly impacts his ability to scale his production. And we've also supported a youth innovation project in the Philippines utilizing a solar-powered box, which looked at improving maternal health access in off-grid communities. And in both cases, renewable energy wasn't symbolic for us and our team, but it was deeply practical, and it reduced our vulnerability. And that's how I really see the transition. It's about lowering exposure to volatile fuel markets. It's about stabilizing costs, and really and truly is about giving young entrepreneurs and communities a fair chance. And as I continue to reflect on what just transition means and the reduction of energy dependence, I believe that the biggest question that we can answer today is, are we moving fast enough to reduce our dependency on imported fuel? Or are we still too comfortable managing the symptoms instead of transforming the system? Because the urgency felt feels different when you're a young person watching gas prices climb and really wondering how sustainable that future is. Or there's a term, as soon as you turn 18, when adulting steps in. But tomorrow at 4:30, I'll be delivering the keynote at the Youth Forum, From Vision to Action, Empowering Youth for Climate Resilience. And I have to drop off because I have a flight to catch to participate in person. But I thought that it was important for me to deliver this intervention because I truly see that forum as a continuation of this conversation that we've heard started this morning. And if this panel is about policies and pathways, for me, the Youth Forum should be about people, especially our young people, who really want to see transition that lowers costs, builds opportunities, and strengthens resilience in real ways. So thank you for hearing my intervention, and I look forward to seeing you guys in person.
Thank you very much. We now give the floor to Dr. Devon Garden. He is a founding partner of the Institute of Innovation and Growth and former head of technical programs at the CCREEE.
Thank you very much, Co-President. Let me recognize the presence of the Co-Presidents, the Co-Secretary General, Excellencies, colleagues online, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, or is it afternoon? It's still morning, yes? Okay. I am here because I was fortuitously in St. Kitts, where I am supporting the government with their own energy transition, so it was easy for me to pop over for this meeting in person. As you might pick up from my accent, I am from Jamaica, like Joseph is. I spent probably 18 years in regional institutions from the 5 Cs, which is the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, the CARICOM Secretariat, and the Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. And it is that experience that I'm going to use as a basis to shape some of the narratives about which I'll speak this morning. I'm not going to use a presentation because Joseph has done such a wonderful job, so I decided to forego my slides this morning. I want to start with a very historic narrative. The power systems and the energy systems in the Caribbean suffer from what I refer to as structural problems. Structural problems because if we think about why the power systems were built in the first place and how they were designed, we would recognize why some of the challenges that we face today exist. The early stages were such that power was to be delivered to support productive purposes, especially in the urban and peri-urban regions of the countries. So you find that in a majority of our islands, you had power grids that were supporting probably less than 50% of the populations when they were designed. In terms of numbers from Jamaica, just as a case in point, in 1995, the electric utility in Jamaica had around 395,000 customers. In 2025, that same utility has 702,000 customers, almost double. The fact is that as our societies became more developed, as we became more modern, as the global society became a lot more technological, as we shifted from the industrial age into the technological age, so too did the demand for electricity, not just in terms of quantum, but also in terms of quality. More people wanted electricity, and those who already had it wanted more of it. And we also wanted it on terms that were different from what we had before. And that placed a significant kind of dynamic on what was required of electric utilities in the modern era. And that is the context within which electric utilities have been looking at operating over the last 3 decades. So we moved from a situation where countries were asking their electric utilities to extend the power lines to every nook and cranny of the islands. We remember there was a time where we were talking about electrification programs as the mainstay of many of the countries' energy sector policies. And as electrification increased, and countries like Jamaica were moving from around 70% electricity access in the 1990s to where they got to closer to 100% where they are now, then the demands became different. The customers started to ask for better reliability. They no longer were satisfied with access. They also wanted to know that the quality of the power. They were not having load shedding, they were not experiencing flickers and such alikes. And when the quality improved, then they started using more, and the issue of cost and affordability took center stage. They started to ask that it become cheaper. And especially in the context of, as you would have heard before, the importation of fuel being the driver of our electricity sector in terms of fuel, that also affected costs, and customers were now speaking out against costs, and governments were seeking to address costs because it was recognized that cost was an issue. Professor Clayton spoke about cost to a large extent, so too did our colleague who just spoke from the Youth Ambassadors Program. Cost became a major driver. But as we started to address the issue of costs, so too did the climate issues, and the issues of green transition became important. So too did that become important. Because if you would recall that when the Copenhagen COP took place in 2007, the principle of of shifting to cleaner modes of electricity production came about from the AR3 at the time, the assessment, the third assessment report that stated that the main reason for human-related climate events was the way in which we were generating and using electricity, our energy. That shift started to demand different ways in which we were producing and using energy. And so the power systems no longer were required to provide greater access, better stability, better reliability, and lower prices, but they're also being demanded to be cleaner. So that made the power systems, in terms of how the designs were to be configured, much more complex, much more complicated. And the technologies to do so, fortuitously, have been keeping abreast with what is possible. Because with the climate paradigm came a push towards better technologies to support the different types of generation that could allow us to have cleaner options to generate power. We provided opportunities for better technologies that allowed us to be more efficient in how we transmit and deliver electricity to the end users, and better technologies for end use. So the technologies have been improving. But the importance of speaking about that structural issue comes when we think of how we have been going about the transition within the Caribbean context, recognizing that the countries are islanded. And even in the cases like Guyana and Belize, which are land masses, they too operate as islanded populations because of the significant tracts of forest that separates the population centers. So because of these islanded systems that we have, naturally it placed some limitations on what you could get from the systems in terms of economies of scale. So those islanded systems came with limitations in terms of economies of scales that we would be able to tap into. And when you put those limitations that were based on the geographical circumstances and with the structural design that would have underpinned how we developed our energy systems, and then compound on top of that the risk which Joseph spoke about, which is now the climate risk associated with the events like hurricanes and floods, which were now affecting transmission systems, floods affecting substations. And now when we put in solar systems, those been affected by winds also. We now see that the transition requires more than what we were doing. The simple replacement of fossil generators with renewable generators is not going to give us the transition that we require. And that has been the problem. We have sought to simply remove thermal fossil plants from the system and replace them with solar, wind, or other alternate options. What is required is a complete redesign of the system, a holistic redesign of the system. One that places distributed generation at the center and takes us away from the centralized approach to generation. But of course, with central generation playing the supporting role rather than the central role. And that complete redesign requires also that our grids are going to become much more flexible and they are going to become smarter. Flexibility and digitalization are the two critical pieces of what are required for the power system of the future. Because of the way in which our countries are located geographically, we will not get away from hurricanes. We will not get away from floods. And neither will you in Europe or even in North America. We will not be able to build our systems to hide from the hurricanes or the floods. But we have to build them with enough flexibility so that we can reroute power whenever areas within which the power, certain infrastructure resides are affected. We have to reduce the amount of single points of failure that we have in our system. And that is one of the reasons why we have those problems in Jamaica, in Beryl, and again in Melissa. The transmission system is fraught with many single points of failure. A couple of years ago, we did a vulnerability and risk assessment when I was at the Secret and the Jamaica grid. And this is one of the things which came out, that there were too many generation assets that were located in vulnerable areas, and those generation assets being connected through singular linear transmission lines to many of the load centers was not good for the system. And those vulnerabilities have now come to pass, and we have seen them borne out in Beryl and Melissa. The issue is really, how is it that we're going to do this in a way where ratepayers can afford it? Because at the end of the day, Jamaica, as a case in point, is already paying 30 cents per kilowatt hour US for electricity. We have seen now where post-Melissa, the utility has had to borrow $350 million US. 150 was lent to them by the government and caused a lot of debate, as you would have seen in the media perhaps, just for restoration work. We're not talking about rebuilding. We're not talking about rebuilding. We're talking about just restoration to get you back too close to where you were before the hurricane. We're not talking about the building back better parts yet, where we are going to talk about complete overhaul of some of the transmission systems and some of the substations having to be upgraded. So when that $350 million US find its way into the rate base, which it will, we know what that means for ratepayers. And so the question I'm asking is, in the twinning of climate and energy, as we address some of the power system imperfections and some of those structural issues, how do we, as Joseph had said in the beginning, find a way to build into the energy transition an adaptation feature which
is not going to be embedded in the rate base, so that ratepayers themselves are not going to have to find the money to pay for the adaptation of the power system such that the country can continue to function even after a significant event, because it would still have its electricity available to its productive sectors, to its social sectors, and to its citizens. And within that context, it's also going to be important for us to figure out how to more strongly couple the energy system with other sectors. And it's one of the things that I'm working in St. Kitts and Nevis on in a significant way. We are trying to figure out ways and means through which we can build that economy of scale for the power system such that we are not wholly and solely dependent on domestic energy uses. Because if we build it based on domestic energy uses, we are going to continue to be suboptimal in our ability to design it the way that would make it more robust and much more resilient, and in turn allowing other aspects of our society to become more resilient, because energy underpins everything, as we have always said. And to do so, we are trying to understand whether there are opportunities for submarine interconnection. That's one that can move electrons from where they are readily produced in a cost-effective way to where they are being, where they are needed in the demand centers, not just in St. Kitts and Nevis, but elsewhere in the Caribbean. But also to produce electromolecules like hydrogen and hydrogen carriers, like ammonia and methanol, so that we are helping on the one hand to take a country that has been traditionally dependent on climate sensitive sectors such as tourism and agriculture, and desensitize its economy from the impacts of climate change, build resilience in the economy by creating an energy economy that is linked to renewables that are sufficiently robust, and renewables that are capable of supporting the decarbonization, not just of the country itself, but the decarbonization of other territories, including the European territories that could benefit from green hydrogen, green ammonia, and green methanol. So, ladies and gentlemen, just some food for thought, and I will leave you with the statement that what is required is that within the context of the solutions of climate and energy, we need to be a lot more holistic and a lot more coupled and a lot more deliberate in how we find solutions that struggle across the different sectors and not simply look at solving one set of problems in a suboptimal way. I thank you very much and look forward to questions later.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gardner. We will now give the floor to Ms. Olga Baz-Gibert, Deputy Head of Unit, DG INTPA, European Commission. She's online.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Excellencies and honorable members of the Parliament. Yes, I'm Olga Baz. I work in the Direction General dealing with international partnerships in the European Commission. And I would like to address you some words about the work that we are doing under the Global Gateway, provide some responses to quite a lot of questions that have been pushed forward for the previous panelists. Indeed, the Global Gateway is a new strategy that was announced by the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, by the end of 2021, and presents a shift of what we have been doing until now in the traditional donor-recipient model, in which we focus on the international partnerships. I was listening very carefully to the intervention of the Professor Williams before, and he was saying that he was ending his intervention putting emphasis on the partnerships, and this is what we are trying to do also with the Global Gateway. And he was also putting emphasis on big investments. And this is all about also on this strategy. The fact is that we would like to focus more on project investments that push for the connectivity and reduce the dependency of the regions. It's all about to push the green, digital, and inclusive transitions. And we need for this to address what is the financing gap to face the global challenges such as the climate change. What we are looking at the end is to foster the resilience and to accelerate the progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. And we really work in a different manner. Let me, before mentioning the big initiatives that we are working on, let me mention a little bit the characteristics of this new way of working. First of all, we work in a Team Europe approach. That means that we aggregate the added value of the different actors that we are in Europe. We are speaking about the different EU member states, and within all the constituencies, we are working with the financial institutions, with the cooperation agencies, with the civil society, all together around the same projects to really provide much more impact and be able to respond better to the complex challenges that we are facing. What we look is to leverage the investment capacity of the European public and private investors. And we are looking also to build up upon the private sector-led solutions and know-how. And this is a difference of what we were doing until now. The interventions are more pragmatic also in that sense, because what we do, we focus everything, all the efforts, in an investment project-oriented initiative. We look for projects that they are transformational, and we use the funds, the grant funds, to really scale up what are the benefits for the vulnerable population. For instance, providing the grants to the actions for the last connectivity or for more affordable access for the population on energy. And we use also guarantees on what is the own European budget to unlock and de-risk investments. Since June 2023 that we did the first EU Caribbean conference on sargassum, we have really been working with the region and some countries that they get to commit more intensively to see how we can transform all the problem of the sargassum into an economic opportunity. You have listened today that there are quite a lot of valorization projects. We have been able, working with Grenada, but also with the Dominican Republic and also with Mexico, to bring until today expertise and technologies and solutions to valorize the sargassum. But the difficult thing is to build the value chain. I think it was the expert of Granada that was mentioning of the difficulties of the collection of sargassum. Of course, it's difficult, but the difficulty is also that for the moment, sargassum has not a price. So it's very difficult to do investments when you don't have bankable projects and when you don't have a market who can bring the sustainability of toward these investments. So the work that we are providing with the European Union is to build this value chain for the different valorization of the sargassum in the region as a whole. This engagement mirrors the bold commitment that has taken Grenada, República Dominicana, and Mexico to collect 660,000 tons of sargassum by 2027. We have done expression of interest to really engage with the private sector, and today we have different promising private sector-led investments in which we are trying to facilitate the access to finance to really have these projects benefiting also the local population. A part of the Sargassum, we, since quite years, since the previous financial framework, the European Union has been very much engaged on water and energy. We have different projects on renewable energy, water management, etc., in different countries in the Caribbean. But what we are seeing and what we would like to move forward is into an initiative that they are more comprehensive, and on energy, for instance, and I hear also the last interventor, what is important is to get into the interconnectivity. If we do not move to more interconnected grids, the investments that we do for small projects on renewable energy will not have the impact that we are trying to get with these sustainable investments. Finally, one mention also to mention what we are doing under the digital agenda, because last year we activated the Copernicus data and the EU meteorological infrastructure to really provide better weather forecastings and modeling to the disaster risk management in the Caribbean. This activation has been helping to track better the evolution of Melissa, for instance, and it has made it easier also to assess about the reconstruction. We are now trying to develop the Copernicus Competence Center in the Caribbean itself, so as you have the tool to really have an improved tropical cyclone monitoring and weather resilience. And last week, for instance, we had in Europe a study visit of 30 high-level representatives from the Caribbean, of the different countries, to really put them in contact with the European private sector and also the academy, to see how we can build up these partnerships and the collaboration for have greater investments also on disaster risk management. To finalize, just mention that we really are focusing to develop initiatives that aggregate market value, where you have aggregated demand to have really bankable projects that help us to mobilize much better financing. As I say, we think that the energy interconnections is an area that we should look how we can enhance our partnerships, and also on the maritime connectivity, we believe that can provide quite a lot of benefits if we push for the green shipping corridors, but also connectivity with Europe. And I will leave it here because I think it's a lot of information in one shot. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam. I thank all our panelists for joining us and invite them to join to an open and forward-looking discussion. I will now open the floor to members to keep the discussion lively. Please be brief. And for question to say whom it is for. I now give the floor to members, and we'll be alternating between the EP and the OACPS. The first speaker is Mr. Dariusz Joński, European Parliament, Poland.
Thank you. Thank you.
You have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay, I will try. In Europe, we know that we have very fast to speak about. Okay, thank you, Co-President, and thank you to all speakers for the very concrete and insightful presentation. From the European Parliament side, I strongly welcome the way this session connects three realities that the Caribbean experience every day: climate impact, energy insecurity, and environmental shocks such as sargassum. To be clear, for us, renewable energy is not only a climate issue, it's a resilience and sovereignty issue. The EU-Caribbean partnership, including through the Global Gateway, can and should help accelerate solar and wind deployment, strengthen grid infrastructure, and support modern storage solutions, including batteries and green hydrogen, where appropriate to reduce dependence on volatile fossil fuel imports. And I have three short questions. The first is to Professor Anthony Clayton. He mentioned about strategic framing. Based on his experience advising governments and CARICOM, I would like to ask, what do you see as the single biggest barrier holding back the renewable transition in the Caribbean today? Financing, grid readiness, regulation, or project delivery capacity? And what is the most realistic quick win that could be scaled region-wide within the next 24 months? The second is to Dr. Claire Morale. She mentioned about linking sargassum to energy and circular economy. I would like to ask Dr. Morale, because she describes serious consequences for tourism, and we see under the photos, and also the serious ecological and public health impacts of recurring sargassum influx. So I'd like to ask from your technical experience, what are the most promising and environmentally safety approaches for management and valorization, and do you see credible pathways where sargassum could contribute to circular economy solution, including energy, without creating new environmental risks? And last but very short, to Joseph Williams. He mentioned about bankability and investors. So, Mr. Williams, from an investment and project preparation perspective, what are the main conditions needed to make renewable project truly bankable in the Caribbean? And where can EU cooperation have the biggest leverage, guarantees, technical assistance, or blendings finance? It was like close to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Coral Trench, Sanford, Belize.
I will be more than quick. First, I want to commend the presenters. A wealth of information and knowledge shared. A little bit overload for me, but I will try to capture two key things. On the one hand, I'm hearing about monetizing sargassum. And on the other hand, I am hearing about the cost of doing this. One of the things I may have missed in the conversation, and I would perhaps, I think it's Dr. Clayton or maybe Dr. Morale, the unpredictability of sargassum. I didn't hear that come out, and one of the things that has been a common thread in discussing climate has been the unpredictability, that we have moved away from possibilities and probabilities to now unpredictability. So if you want to build an industry based on sargassum, and I can say in my country we do have it, it's a major issue for us. We have tried so many strategies and approaches, but the cost. And even when we start to think of perhaps, as was mentioned, the issue of using sargassum, say, for blocks and put it into the construction industry, there's the issue of economy of scale and the cost of doing that, and then the unpredictability of that raw source. So I would just want some clarity on predictability. and how that factor into the conversation of monetizing sargassum with the understanding that there are also cost limitations. The second question I wanted to ask, I think it's to Dr. Gardner. Something that struck me that he said, and I hope I got it correct, that we ought not to be dependent only on domestic generation of energy, and I think he was speaking to an island context. I come from a country where we are speaking of energy security and independence. 50% of our energy we import from Mexico. And when Mexico, for many of what he has said, understanding that journey to the increase in demand and so, when they have excess demand, we get hit because they cut off the supply for us. So the shift for us is to move towards more energy, that renewable energy. Currently, 90% of that 50% that is generated in Belize is renewable, and we want to move towards 75% by 2030. So when I hear the concept of you can't be dependent on your domestic source, and I don't know if I'm having it correct, then I ask the question, is that only within the context of small islands, or is that something that can relate to a country like ours, where we are more, we see the constraints, we see the vulnerability of being dependent on an imported source of energy, because when the load shedding starts, it hits us, and then our load shedding starts as well. So those are my two questions.
Thank you very much. We now give the floor to Member Juan Fernando Lopez Aguila.
Yes, thank you, Co-President. First of all, I am impressed by the lengthy, thorough explanations that we have heard of from the panelists. Actually, for all of us who have traveled, be it extensively or somewhat in the Caribbean, of course we all know about the sargassum, but we didn't know that there was so much science and knowledge accumulated through the years. We didn't know that it had been studied and worked on for some time, and I guess there must be some lessons gathered. Of course, we're all aware that it poses a burden when it comes to coastal health, when it comes to tourism, when it comes to fisheries, when it comes to local livelihoods. Of course, we would like to guess that global gateways meant to do something about it. As to the value chain, collecting, processing, even commercializing, monetizing, have been heard of. The biomass of sargassum into scale-up solutions and bringing about change when it comes to environmental protection. But of course, the first question goes, it has to be, it is climate change related, and there has to be an explanation why solar, wind, green hydrogen, being so rich in these parts, being so rich in the Caribbean, are so tiny proportion as compared to the contribution of fossil fuel when it comes to energy security of the region. So we would like to, of course, we would like to be certain that the European Union can actually help reducing dependency of fossil fuel and increasing the share of renewable energy, so that sargassum will actually be countered in a foreseeable future. Of course, some of the questions that I've heard of can be endorsed by I guess all of us, as to the possibility of predicting sargassum behavior. as to reverting sargassum impact, as to getting to know is there patterns, so that we could think that Global Gateway could help future generations. But I would raise two questions to Claire Morel as to these patterns, behavioral patterns of sargassum. Can actually be reversed, or are we to live with it for the rest of our life? And then the second, as to the Commission representative, Olga Baus, I would like to get to know about the sums that have been invested in this Global Gateway partnership in order to reduce the impact of sargassum in the region. Thank you.
You're welcome. I now give the floor to Honorable Member Ibu Jones from Suriname.
Thank you, sir. I'm just going to make a statement. Honorable members of the Joint Parliamentary Assembly, distinguished delegates, I stand before you today not merely as a member of the National Assembly of Suriname, but as a voice of a nation that embodies a global contradiction, a country that cools the planet, yet warms under pressure of climate injustice. Suriname is one of the very few carbon-negative countries in the world. Over 93% of our territory is covered by pristine tropical rainforests. We are not part of the climate problem. We are part of the climate solution. And yet, we stand on the front line of crisis we did not create. Our forests absorb vast amount of carbon on behalf of the world. They function as one of the planet's most efficient natural carbon sink. But our low-lying coast region, where majority of our people live and where our economic breeds, is increasingly threatened by sea level rising and extreme weather events. This is not simply environmental vulnerability, it's a structural climate inequity. We provide global ecology service without global compensation. We safeguard biodiversity without equal financial backing. We preserve the lung of the world, of the earth, while struggling to finance adaptation at home. This imbalance must end. Environmental protection is not an abstract idea in Suriname, it's an ancestral obligation. But moral convention alone is insufficient. What we require is discipline, governance, and enforceable structure. Spatial planning must no longer be reactive, it must be strategic. Land use cannot be improvised. It must be regulated with precision and foresight. We are strengthening legislation against deforestation. We are embedding climate resilience in natural infrastructure and planning. We are aligning development with sustainability, not in rhetoric, but in law and execution. Because safeguarding forests without safeguarding institutions is unsustainable. Climate justice is not charity, it is an obligation. Let's speak plainly. Countries like Suriname must be fairly compensated for the carbon we sequester. Robust and transparent carbon credit markets are not optional. They are essential instruments for equity. Standing forests are not empty land. They are measurable, quantifiable global asset. If the world benefits from our forests, the world must invest in preservation. Climate finance must evolve from symbolic pledge to structural redistribution. We do not ask for dependency, we demand partnership. Technology transfer in renewable energy, water management, and disaster resilience must move from promise to implementation. Capacity building must empower Caribbean states to innovate independently. A just transition is impossible without technology justice. The Caribbean region cannot afford fragmentation. Coastal erosion does not respect borders. Our hurricanes do not recognize sovereignty. climate risk is shared, and so must be our strategy. Within this assembly, our voice must be unified, strategic, and uncompromised. In Suriname, we believe in daring, to dare to lead, to dare to protect, to dare to insist on
30
fairness.
seconds.
Yes. But today, I challenge the Assembly to dare as well. Dare to demand climate finance, architecture root injustice. Dare to reward protection instead of destruction. Dare to recognize that carbon negative nations are not project actors. We are a pillar of planet stability. Let Suriname remain a beacon, but let the beacon not stand alone. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. We now give the floor to Rodi Tolasi.
Merci beaucoup, merci, cher coprésident. Je vais essayer d'être bref, le plus bref possible. Je viens d'une île voisine, donc je suis votre voisin. Je viens de la Guadeloupe. Et de chez moi, ça m'arrive de voir Antigua et Montserrat. Voilà. Donc, depuis 2011, les Caraïbes font face aux échouements massifs de sargasses. En 2025, nous avons franchi des records inédits. Des milliers de tonnes supplémentaires d'algues ont été ramassées en quelques mois. Derrière ces chiffres, une réalité sanitaire d'abord.
Mr. Tolasi, just a minute, please. And without...
Faut arrêter le chrono aussi. Hein.
You may continue. Channel 1 for English. We're all ready. You may continue, Mr. Tolasi.
Je vais reprendre au début de l'intervention. Depuis 2011, les Caraïbes font face aux échouements massifs de sargasses. En 2025, nous avons franchi des records inédits. Des milliers de tonnes supplémentaires d'algues ont été ramassées en quelques mois. Derrière ces chiffres, une réalité sanitaire d'abord. La décomposition des algues libère des gaz toxiques, sulfure d'hydrogène, ammoniac provoquant des troubles neurologiques, respiratoires, digestifs. Des familles vivent les fenêtres closes, des enfants respirent en air vicié. Une réalité économique ensuite. Les plages fermées, activités maritimes paralysées, tourisme affaibli. Pour des territoires insulaires qui vivent en grande partie de leur attractivité, c'est une asphyxie. Une réalité environnementale enfin, destruction des mangroves, atteinte de la reproduction, de la faune et de la flore marine, dégradation du littoral et des eaux. Les causes sont connues, modification des courants marins, apport massif de nutriments liés à la déforestation et à l'agriculture intensive en Amazonie. Les plans nationaux existent, les initiatives locales aussi, barrages flottants, ramassage côtier. Mais les financements et la coordination internationale restent insuffisants ou inexistants. J'aimerais quand même revenir sur un élément que j'ai entendu dans les interventions. Ils ont parlé de ramassage sur les côtes. Je crois que c'est une fausse bonne idée. Pourquoi ? Parce que cela accélère l'érosion quand on prélève directement avec le sable et les machines qui interviennent sur les côtes. Donc pour moi, c'est une fausse bonne idée. La réalité, c'est que les algues sont très chargées en métaux lourds quand elles arrivent proches des côtes. Et l'idée, ce serait de les ramasser directement en haute mer. Donc nous devons être offensifs sur la question des algues sargasses. Les sargasses ne doivent plus être vues uniquement comme un fléau. Elles sont une ressource. Elles produisent de la biomasse, du gaz méthane. Elles peuvent devenir un levier énergétique et industriel. C'est le sens du rapport que j'ai présenté à la Commission et la résolution que j'ai ici avec moi au Parlement européen. À travers des instruments financiers comme le Global Gateway, l'Europe doit accompagner les territoires caribéens pour transformer cette crise en opportunité. Nous devons nous unir pour une réponse collective, efficace et globale. Vous savez, nous sommes des îles, des territoires insulaires à forte pression démographique avec peu de terres arables. Nous ne pouvons pas appliquer mécaniquement des modèles énergétiques que les continents appliquent. L'éolien massif, par exemple, ou le photovoltaïque en pleine terre ne sont pas adaptés à nos réalités passagères. Vous l'avez vu, l'un des exemples, en Jamaïque notamment, agricole et touristique. Elles défigurent nos paysages, amplifient la pression foncière et sont vulnérables aux ouragans. Nous devons développer ce qui correspond à nos territoires. D'autres solutions existent. La géothermie en Guadeloupe, elle représente déjà 7% de notre électricité. Elle existe depuis 1986. 10 mégawatts et le potentiel est de 120 mégawatts.
And 100.
À partir de la biomasse en Guadeloupe, c'est environ 30% de notre production. La valorisation des déchets et la transformation.
We could use waste and turn it into energy. That is climate resilience. Allow the islands to innovate. That is Europe's responsibility here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, we will give the floor to Professor Clayton. He has to leave us, and so we'll just give him the chance to respond. Professor Clayton.
As I see them, include grid readiness. Our grid was designed to deliver power from a number of large sources to a large number of small consumers. If we go over to a distributed grid system, we need energy storage, and there are challenges in small producers. One of them being that when we have a hurricane, it is necessary to shut down the grid. And if the utility don't control the supplies to the grid, what you can have after a hurricane is if you have a large number of small producers, they're all feeding power into the grid when the power lines are down. So you actually have to have a smart grid so you can shut off the flow of electricity into the grid. And the policy and regulatory framework in particular, is a major challenge. It's going to have to be significantly evolved if we're going to enable this transition to a smart grid system. The lady from Belize raised cost issues. I actually don't see these as quite so much as of a challenge. I think it depends critically on your time horizon. We've been in discussions, for example, about constructing another city in Jamaica. Our two existing major cities are both threatened by climate change and also by seismic activity. If we build a third city, there'd be the opportunities to do a complete redesign and build a modern city to eliminate much of the need for commuting and ensure that most of the housing stock operates to much higher standards of energy and resource efficiency. Now, this is going to be something like a 30, 40-year project. If you think about the costs, you have to amortize them over that period of time, at which point the annual expenditure actually becomes more affordable. And if you want an example of how you can rebuild an entire energy system over 30, 40, 50 years, Denmark is a good example of another relatively small country that's done that. The third speaker raised the issue of sargassum spread. Can it be reversed? The answer to that is no. We have to live with it. We have to find ways to live with it. The gentleman from Suriname raised the issue about climate financing and carbon markets. This is a very, very difficult problem. By far the largest source of carbon emissions in the world is China, which emits nearly 30% of all global carbon emissions, and they won't provide financing. The second largest is the United States, contributes about 14.6% of global carbon emissions, and they are actually reducing their funding for all forms of international development, and the current administration doesn't believe in climate change. The third largest source is India, 6.8% of global carbon emissions, and they have not indicated any willingness to provide finance. The fourth largest is Russia, a little under 5%, and they certainly will not be providing any funding for this. So the problem is, you also, if we're going to talk about climate financing, we also have to identify the sources of funding. And the major polluters have all indicated that they will not be doing so. So that's going to be a real challenge. Personally, I think and carbon markets are equally problematic because several studies have found that most of the trades in carbon markets are actually fraudulent and have contributed almost nothing to any actual carbon emission reductions. So I myself think that we have to be focused less on the financing issue and a little bit more on the cost effectiveness that we can make in ways that, in fact, we should have been doing for many years anyway. I'm so sorry, I have to go into another meeting now. I look forward to seeing you all again tomorrow. Until then, goodbye, and I wish you every success with this discussion.
Thank you very much, Doctor. We now will give the floor to Dr. Clare.
Hey, good afternoon. I actually also have to leave in a second, but it's very much connected to what I've been doing here. I'm flying to St. Lucia. The German Agency for International Cooperation is running a session on the circular economy, bio-waste, including sargassum. So I think many of the questions relate to how to deal with sargassum and the opportunities. And I think I'll answer the questions sort of collectively in that I think many of the solutions to valorize sargassum will be found by joining the consideration of sargassum with other bio-waste. Human beings are fantastic at generating waste. I think we all know that well. So if we can combine the waste that are being produced by rum distilleries, for example, from the intensive agriculture, chicken and pig farming, for example, in the Caribbean, at the scale of the Caribbean, I think we can do great things in using sargassum to sort of deal with many other problems that we have. So I'll just start by saying that, and I will have to be very quick, you'll all be glad to know. I think one of the questions that came, that there certainly are risks. Sargassum is spectacular at absorbing heavy metals, and one of the questions related to that. But those heavy metals, particularly cadmium and arsenic, can be removed relatively easily from sargassum with really low tech. And there's lots of demand for metals like that. So if we can remove the metals, prevent them from being a problem with the valorization, but also potentially sell those metals once we've removed them from the sargassum, it may be a situation of a win-win. The unpredictability of supply of sargassum, absolutely. There were some great development and pilots run for actually almost farming sargassum. A company called Seafields, maybe a little bit ahead of its time, and I think when small islands have been grappling with sargassum, the prospect of a company farming sargassum kind of like sent the alarm bells off. But I think in the future, if we want to secure the supply of sargassum and make it something that's available for businesses that set up that need sargassum continuously, I think maybe we might need to look at that sort of thing in the future. But there's also some amazing companies. There's a group from a company from Finland that have been able to use sargassum, make it into like a biochar, which is then super stable. And sargassum is amazing as an energy supply once it's been made into that biochar. So stable for long-term storage and then use over time. I think Professor Clayton talked about the patterns. There was a question on, can these patterns be reversed? I certainly think this is a new normal given the sea surface temperatures and the levels of nutrients from fertilizers and from like sewage discharges. There's this wonderful region called the North Equatorial Recirculation Region, a bit of a mouthful, the NERR. That's kind of like when you fertilize your garden, when the temperatures for growth are at their optimum. That's what's going on in that region. So I think putting the genie back in the bottle, it's a really nice idea, but I don't think that's going to happen right now, certainly until we deal with the sea surface temperature issue. I think the only other thing I'm going to mention right at the end is the French government are funding this amazing project, SARCI, and there's a scientific assessment that is a big part of that project. So there's 12 experts, and I have to say I'm one of those, but we're putting together over the next 18 months sort of the state of the science of sargassum, and that's from all perspectives, from a social science perspective, from a biological sciences perspective, and it'll be what we know and what we don't know and what we need to know. So I think there's great stuff that's been done already. There's still a lot to be done, but I think we've moved really quickly, given that this is a new problem, but there's loads more to be done. So we need resources, we need human capital, and we need funding, and the EU, I think, are going to be one of those very important partners in supporting us with expertise and with finances moving forward. So thank you all very much, and I'm really sorry I have to leave.
Thank you. We now give the floor to Antigua.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to first extend welcome to all the delegates as host country to this first plenary meeting of the Caribbean EU Parliamentary Assembly. Second, to commend you on your handling of proceedings to date. And my real reason for taking the floor, in addition to the above, is to seek to vary the conversation on sargassum. Taking note of the comments made by the presenters and placing value on them, of course, I wish to broaden the conversation to look at sargassum not solely as a climate issue. It is equally a pollution, a watershed management, and a land use governance issue. Caribbean countries, including Antigua and Barbuda, we find ourselves managing downstream impacts of upstream drivers largely outside of our jurisdiction. For states countries, this raises a matter of environmental equity. What we're doing here, we are responding to a transboundary phenomenon, driven in part by external nutrient flows, while having to bear the operational fiscal burden. I want us to very clearly make the distinction. And this distinction is important for policy design and financing mechanisms. It is our considered opinion here in Antigua Barbuda that climate finance alone cannot fully address the problem with significant pollution-based drivers. We'd also want to note that small economies absorb these shocks disproportionately. First in Antigua and Barbuda, where tourism and coastal assets are central to our GDP and to employment, the macroeconomic impacts are a reality. And even as we explore long-term utilization strategies, immediate cleanup support must not be deprioritized. We believe that the realities, or we present the realities that must be acknowledged. One, research is required. Research to assess chemical composition, heavy metal content, and safe processing standards. Capital investment is required for processing facilities and supply chain logistics, while environmental safeguards are essential to avoid secondary contamination. We also advocate for scale, which is necessary for commercial viability, which is difficult for individual small states. Antigua and Barbuda ask that this August Assembly know that this is not an overnight solution. We'll also want to draw attention to what we want to consider as immediate support and response. That is to stabilize the current burden. We advocate for continued funding for cleanup operations, technical support for coastal community response, strengthen early warning and forecasting systems, health monitoring and environmental surveillance, equipment financing, and infrastructure protection. In the context of our EU cooperation, we posit a strategic opportunity which is clearly available for strengthening cooperation between the European Union and the Caribbean states, to include Antigua and Barbuda, and proffer a balanced partnership to include support for immediate management and cleanup costs, co-invest in medium-term research and innovation, assist in establishing a regional research and innovation platform focused on sargassum, develop financing tools tailored to small economies with limited fiscal space, while at the same time facilitating technology transfer and regulatory harmonization. For us in Antigua-Barbuda, sargassum is as much an environmental challenge as it is a fiscal stressor, a public health concern, a tourism risk, and potentially a renewable energy opportunity. But we do not see sargassum as a single policy issue. It requires immediate response capacity and structured long-term transformation. The policy message we offer is clear: support stability today to build resilience for tomorrow, if it pleases you.
Thank you very much. We now give the floor to Isabella Tuva-Gileri. Okay. We are now giving the floor to Daniel Front.
Thanks to the co-president, and thank you very much for bringing us all together here to have these important discussions. There are 2 points from the expert presentations, and thank you very much for those as well, that I wanted to react on. Obviously, we see the impacts of climate change in this region, already being a reality today and not just a theoretical threat for the future. I saw in the presentations the different potentials for renewable energies in this region that go far beyond what's currently needed in terms of energy here. And I also see the risk, right, of hurricanes striking this renewable energy infrastructure. But it seems to me that renewable energies are the most decentralized form, or can be the most decentralized form of energy, and therefore maybe also give an opportunity, if it is distributed, if there is, for example, solar power on the roofs, that it allows, even if an island or several islands are struck by a hurricane, for example, that those homes that are not directly affected then have energy, even if the grid then as a consequence fails. So there are, beyond the climate impact, beyond the costs, I think this decentralized structure can be an additional advantage to the energy networks here in the region. The second point which I wanted to react on is on sargassum, where we're clearly the type of agricultural intense farming that then contributes to the sargassum crisis, I think is something that needs to be addressed, and that we jointly with those countries that contribute the most to that need to address. And even for them, it's inefficient to put lots of fertilizer into the water that then makes the sargassum grow. That's clearly not what farmers, for example, in the United States want. They want their fields to be affected, but then it washes out and comes into the Caribbean and the Atlantic Ocean more broadly. But I think beyond dealing with the sargassum that arrives on your shores, we also need to deal with the forces at hand that make so much sargassum come to the beaches here, and I think that's something that we jointly need to address. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I'll now state my claim at the last. So climate resilience, sargassum crisis, and renewable energy in Jamaica challenges and opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, climate resilience is a growing concern. Jamaica, like many Caribbean islands, is vulnerable to climate change impacts, including rising sea level and coastal erosion, increased frequency and intensity of hurricane, drought and water scarcity, loss of biodiversity, and ecosystem disruption. Sargassum crisis, a coastal menace. The sargassum seaweed invasion has devastated Jamaica's coastline, affecting tourism, fisheries, marine ecosystem and biodiversity, human health and well-being, economic livelihood. Renewable energy, a path forward. Jamaica has abundant renewable energy resources, including solar, 300 plus megawatt potential, wind 1,000 megawatt potential, and hydro 100 megawatt potential. Geothermal and untapped potential. Opportunities for resilience and growth. Climate smart infrastructure, invest in resilient infrastructure such as seawall, flood resistance buildings, and green space. Sargassum utilization. Explore innovative use for sargassum like biofuel, fertilizers, and pharmaceutical. Renewable energy expansion. Accelerate transition to 100% renewable energy, creating jobs and stimulating economic growth. Regional cooperation. Collaborate with Caribbean neighbors to share knowledge, resource, and best practice. Key recommendation: develop comprehensive climate resilience strategy. Implement sargassum management and utilization plan. Scale up renewable energy investment and infrastructure. Foster regional cooperation and knowledge sharing. Let's work together to build a more resilient, sustainable, and prosperous Jamaica and the Caribbean region at large. Thank you. I will now return the floor to the last of our guest speaker, Dr. Garden. Your answers and final remarks, I kindly ask you to be brief.
Thank you, Co-President. I see my colleague from Belize has just returned, so perfect timing. The dependence on generation from overseas is not something that is good. What is important is that you have flexibility in the system which allows for bidirectional exchange. And it's one of the things that we have been talking to Belize on for a while, that what is important is for there to be a large amount of domestic generation that complements the energy imports from elsewhere, so that there is an ability to exchange with Mexico in instances where there's a surplus available in Belize, and of course for Mexico to send to Belize when there are exchanges, because the two demand patterns are very different in Mexico and Belize. And so oftentimes when Belize needs the energy most, it might be when Mexico has a surplus and vice versa. In fact, one of the things that is interesting is that as we are going into greater renewable energy penetration in the region, it's when the renewables, which are weather-based resources, are becoming more unpredictable in their production. Belize depends on a significant amount of domestic hydro, and that is one of the challenges that it has always faced, in the sense that oftentimes when the hydro production does not meet what is required, then they have to call on Mexico for extra power, additional power. And Mexico also, which has significant hydro, sometimes do not have the amount that Belize requires in those instances. So, the Chair, to summarize, fact is that countries are faced oftentimes with decisions that requires solutions that are not always easy to make. In fact, one of the challenges that countries have had is that the lead time for many renewable projects being developed and brought online are long. and they have tried to wait in some instances for the investments in new generation to allow those projects to come online. And when those projects do not come online in the time scale that they were expected to because of many of the failures that could happen in a project development cycle, the countries are left holding the blade. Case in point, as in St. Kitts and Nevis, where they have been delaying new generation expansion because they have been waiting on geothermal development to come online. So it's going to be important for countries to identify ways and means through which they can stick to the integrated resource planning that has been done and to implement according to the planning schedule. At the end of the day, the last point is that not all renewables are equal. The colleague who just spoke about solar and decentralized solar and whether or not renewables are better for decentralization. There are some renewables that are better for decentralization, like solar. There are some which are better for centralized purposes. So not all renewables serve the same purpose or provide the same value to the grid. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Colleagues, we are approaching the end of this first session. I would like to thank our keynote speaker and our panelists for a very substantive discussion. Today's exchange have clearly shown both the scale of the challenges we face from climate impact to energy transition, at the same time, the strong potential for deeper cooperation between the Caribbean and the European Union. The messages we have heard underline the importance of practical solutions, regional leadership, and sustained partnership. These are exactly the kind of conversation that this Parliamentary Assembly was created to foster. I would also encourage that the inputs and proposals shared today will be reflected in a draft recommendation so that our discussions are translated into concrete parliamentary outcome. Once again, thank you all members for your active participation and contribution. I now close this morning session. We will meet this afternoon at 4:30 for the session, for session 2. 2:30. Sorry, 2:30. My bad. For session 2, Economic and Trade Partnership Agreement, Investment and Global Gateway. My colleague, Co-President Azamani, will chair this afternoon's session. Please do enjoy the lunch that is provided to us by our host. Thank you.
All right, so there you have it, the first session in the books here at this first plenary session of the Caribbean EU Parliamentary Assembly. Of course, that's Hero Clark, who was the co-president, walking us through the morning session this morning. So that's Deputy Hero Clark is Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives in Jamaica, in fact, he's the head of the delegation for Jamaica, and of course, heading that delegation, speaking about climate resilience in the context of climate change, climate resilience, and especially the sargassum seaweed matter. Of course, that has been a challenge for most countries across the region. Their shorelines have been besmirched and blotched with sargassum seaweed infestations, and as a result, they're all looking at ways to address this issue and looking at ways to collaborate as well with their European lawmakers, European colleagues as lawmakers to address that issue of sargassum seaweed infestation, or essentially the influx of sargassum seaweed. A bit later on this afternoon, we'll be hearing more certainly on the climate resilience matter, the sargassum crisis, renewable energy. That, of course, expected to continue the discussions expected to continue on that. When we come back to for the afternoon session, it'll be time for the Economic and Trade Partnership Agreement, Investments and Global Gateway. Of course, the European Union has what is called the European Union Gateway Initiative. That was seen when it was launched as a way to rival what the Chinese had, which is a Belt and Road Initiative, which was essentially an outreach to the global south, the developing countries, and providing them with low-cost financing to develop infrastructure and energy projects around the world. So here was the Gateway Initiative that the Europeans launched, and this was seen to be, as I said, a counterweight, a counterbalance to the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative as well. So we expect to hear some discussions on that as I said, the session will resume at 2:30 after lunch, and that will be, of course, Economic and Trade Partnership Agreement, Investments and Global Gateway. If you're just joining us, thank you so much for joining us on all our platforms, whether television or radio or our online platforms. What we've been, of course, sharing with you is live and extensive and expansive coverage of the first plenary session of the EU Caribbean Parliament. That, of course, taking place right here at the American University of Antigua, the AUA. My name is Garfield Burford. Really appreciate your company, of course, on behalf of the entire team here who have been delivering sterling service for the nation and, in fact, beyond, because we're providing this feed to the European Union as well and right across the region. So we welcome our national, regional and international audience here this morning. So what we've been looking at over the past few hours, the first session of this first plenary of the Caribbean EU Parliament is the climate resilience, sargassum crisis and renewable energy. Of course, it's a significant challenge for most countries across the region. Of course, this is a three-day event. It's starting today. It started this morning with the opening ceremony. Prime Minister Honorable Gaston Brown delivered the opening remarks there during the opening ceremony this morning. And the first session today focused, of course, on the matter of climate resilience within the context of the sargassum crisis and renewable energy as well. Of course, the members of both the EU and the EU and Caribbean Parliaments, lawmakers from both groups are now engaged in discussions, and of course they'll be looking forward to their lunch and then the post-lunch session as well. So what is really this focus this morning? We want to, of course, help you to bear in mind what we're looking at this morning, which is the fact that what this is a part of is the broader South-South cooperation. So starting in 1975, the Georgetown Agreement paved the way for what was then the ACP group, the African, Caribbean and Pacific states. These states, all part of the Global South, all developing countries, and it was an opportunity for them to come together to discuss issues which were of common interest and common concern, matters on which they could work together and which they could see eye to eye, strengthen autonomy, build a model of cooperation that was founded on equity, solidarity and mutual respect. So that was in 1975. So we're beyond the half a century mark. It's 51 years now since the Georgetown Agreement paved the way for the ACP group. The ACP group over time, and certainly started as of 2019, morphed into what we now have, which is OACPS, which is the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States. Now, part of that agreement, of course, these are all, several countries, dozens of countries from Africa, the Caribbean and the Pacific. And again, we say when we talk about the Caribbean, it's not just CARICOM, because we're also talking about the Dominican Republic and Cuba as well, which are part of the Caribbean. These countries, of course, not part of CARICOM. So the Caribbean, one block of this OACPS. This is an opportunity for the Caribbean block of the OACPS, in other words, developing countries from this region, Antigua Barbuda included, to work together with their European counterparts, lawmakers from Europe, to examine ways on which they can collaborate and deepen cooperation and discussion and find measurable, quantifiable, definitive, tangible pathways to work together to achieve some level of success. So that was in the 1970s. So giving you the evolution of this OACPS, this body that we call now. So starting in 2019, there was an amendment to the agreement, and that paved the way for what we now have as the OACPS, the Georgetown Agreement. Of course, over the years, what we've had, and we'll talk about some of this during the afternoon session when we talk about the economic partnership agreements and trade and investment, as well as the matters of the European Union Gateway Initiative. Part of what has happened over the years has been several agreements paving the way for a trade and investment between Europe and the Caribbean. For example, we talk about the Lomé Convention. That was in the 1970s, and then that morphed into what we had afterwards, which was a Cotonou Agreement. We now have the Samoa Agreement. Now, under the Samoa Agreement, this is the first annual plenary session of the Caribbean EU Parliamentary Assembly under the Samoa Agreement. So several agreements, several conventions have been agreed to under this partnership agreement, or this framework between Europe as well as the developing world, Africa, Caribbean and the Pacific. So what we now have, the organization of, as we said, African, Caribbean and Pacific states. you would, of course, have heard the anthem this morning of the African Organization of African, Caribbean, Pacific States. You'd also have heard the anthem of the European Union. And, of course, you also heard the anthem of Antigua and Barbuda. But what all of this has done, the ACP group morphing, evolving into what we now have as the OACPS, what it has done over the past 51 years is to provide a framework for cooperation, for discussion, for dialogue based on solidarity, commonality of interests among the countries of the global south, the developing world, to how they can work together with their European partners. Now, bear in mind, this is an extraordinary model, because here it is that European countries, part of the European Union, were former imperialist powers. They essentially colonized many of the countries of the OACPS, Africa, Caribbean, and the Pacific. Most of these countries in the developing world, such as us here in the Caribbean, were colonies of countries of the European Union, which are now. So essentially, both of them have looked at ways to put that history behind them and to work together now in relation to how they can have shared prosperity and to discuss matters of common interest and concern to them. So what are some of the issues, the other issues that we expect to be discussed here, of course, during the Parliament? Here's a crucial issue that we want to, or here are crucial issues that we expect to be discussed as well. We expect that there will be discussions on climate resilience, such as what we had in the first session. Also, energy transition, such as what we had this morning on matters of renewables. Trade and investment, which we'll talk about later. Tomorrow and on Wednesday, there'll also be discussions on transnational organized crime, territorial integrity, multilateralism, and the situation in Haiti. That is expected to dominate discussions on the final day on Wednesday. It's a three-day sitting, the three-day event, which is, of course, the Caribbean and EU Parliamentary Assembly. So lawmakers from the European Parliament and lawmakers from the Caribbean coming together to discuss these issues of common interest and concern. A youth forum and a women's forum also expected to be held as well. Just a little bit of context in relation to the OACPS and the flag that you, of course, saw there, the flag, the colors of it, as well as the anthem of the OACPS. So these are crucial elements of what we now have as I said, that element of the global south, working together for their common interests, working together to ensure that there is a commonality of interests and concerns. We mentioned, for example, the colors of the logo of the OACPS. All of those colors, the orange, the green and the blue, representing something. The green representing fertility and vibrancy. The orange the same. And the blue, of course, looking at the waters which surround many of the countries of the OACPS, such as those in the Caribbean, such as Antigua and Barbuda, as well as the push for peace, according to the OACPS as well. So as we wrap up our broadcast of this, the first session, we want to remind you of what is at stake here today. Crucial and historic discussions. Antigua and Barbuda hosting this event for the very first time, the first annual plenary of the Organization of African, Caribbean and Pacific States in the context of the Caribbean EU bloc. How can they work together to ensure that there are shared priorities that they can focus attention on? So that's what is at stake. That's what is at stake today. I started today, will end on Wednesday, and they're discussing matters of common interest and concern to them as well. So this is the Caribbean EU Parliamentary Assembly. The discussions continue at 2:30. We'll be back here, of course, to make sure that you're kept all across the developments. ABS Television, ABS Radio, and our online platforms providing you with extensive coverage and reportage of these matters as they unfold. We'll, of course, break down some matters that the Prime Minister raised in his opening address this morning in the opening ceremony, such as, for example, his direct appeal to the European Union and to lawmakers from the European Union to not see the Citizenship by Investment programs, the CBI programs offered by 5 countries in the Caribbean, as some sort of threat. Of course, there have been quite a lot of discussions within the past year or so about whether or not the countries of which offer CBI programs could be locked out of the Schengen area because they offer citizenship by investment programs. The Prime Minister says these countries do not present a threat because there is rigorous due diligence and there are strict security measures, strict security threat assessments. And so he indicated that the countries that offer these CBI programs are looking to even bolster their security checks even further to make sure that the way that they offer these programs do not present a threat to Europe or to any other member of the developed world. So, of course, we'll keep across that. Much more reportage on the Prime Minister's speech coming up a bit later on in our newscast. So, from the AUA, from the American University of Antigua, I'm Garfield Burford, back over to the studios with the news that the first session of this first plenary of the Caribbean EU Parliamentary Assembly has been completed. Lunch is now being served, and back at 2:30 for more discussions. Those discussions at 2:30 focus on the economic partnership agreements as well as trade and the Global Gateway Initiative of the European Union. Back over to the studios. Thanks so much for joining us. We look forward to your company again at 2:30. Bye-bye.